Samantha and Schuyler, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this conversation, we're going to talk about feminine wisdom. And in particular, I'm really interested in this conversation because over the time Rebel Wisdom has been going, a lot of people have made the comment, very, very true, that the people that we've tended to interview have skewed heavily male. And there's a lot of truth in that. When people make that observation, I usually say, well, please suggest some women voices, and love to kind of make it more balanced. And often the same voices come up. There's a very small number of women in this space at the moment. There's something that I feel about the way that the kind of galaxy brain tendency tends to skew male, particularly this kind of very systematizing intelligence, which we can talk about a little bit, which seems to map onto the kind of theories of the extreme male brain. And it makes me wonder what the conversation is missing. And I've invited you both because you're both very powerful, interesting, intelligent, tuned in voices who've been tracking this conversation as well. So I'd love if you could begin maybe by introducing yourselves and telling us a bit about your background.
Sure.
Maybe you first, Samantha.
Sure. I'm Samantha Sweetwater, and I've been facilitating transformation with adults for over 30 years. And my background is in dance and embodiment somatics yoga and permaculture and systems frameworks and coaching and psychedelic plant medicine. And I founded and directed Dancing Freedom, which was a global community and movement for embodiment, and Peace Body Japan, which specifically translated that to Japanese culture. And now I run a small psychedelic ministry called One Life Circle. My passion is around culture creation and community-based, embodied, pro-relational models that help us to make sense of ourselves and our shared world in a sacred way together.
So I'm Schuyler Brown, and say I'm a poet, a healer, facilitator of group experience. I had a career in advertising, and so communication is a big piece of my training, my background. It is a passion of mine, and also cultural, just like cultural embodiment, cultural awareness. I was a futurist and trend spotter, so my job for 15 years was to take in and translate the culture, but for commercial purposes, like, to sell more merchandise, to build brands. I had a spiritual crisis and jumped out of that world, and the last 15 years have been a healing journey for myself that has included a lot of trauma work. I've studied with Thomas Hübl for years, and I work with people individually and with groups on trauma healing, so personal and collective trauma healing, and then also embodiment, and they kind of go hand in hand. So I'm always curious about what it is that's in the way of us being in our bodies and in right relationship with each other, with the earth, with what's happening. I have a tantric Buddhist orientation, and so I'm also, really in every moment, whether I'm at a conference, in a meeting, facilitating a session, teaching a class, or even just with friends. I'm very interested in what is actually happening, and being in as intimate a relationship with reality as it's happening as is possible. And then, as I said, what's interesting to me is what stands in the way of that. I have a company called Art of Emergence, and so when I founded that a couple of years ago, it was to bring the feminine into the corporate world. And I was working with a lot of corporate leaders at a certain point, I realized that it was a losing proposition. I think we have a different view on this. Maybe we could talk about it. I began to feel that it was incompatible, the corporate world and the economic system that we're in, capitalism, and it actively resists feminine principles. And so I stopped banging my head against the wall on that one, and let my client base sort of like filter out. And my last corporate client, we finished our work about 6 months ago, and now I find I'm working with a lot of young people who are ready to jump out of the system and not sure what the landing space is. I mean, maybe they're in a spiritual awakening process. They're definitely feeling the systems change and the shifts. They're wanting to be living differently and working differently. And so helping them navigate some of that is where the work seems to be in this moment. And I guess I could mention the cultural embodiment piece.
Yeah,
there's a project that's coming through right now. And sometimes I feel as an artist, like the way work comes through me is that it's like projects, like something will arise and I like pour myself completely into that. And cultural embodiment is that piece right now. And it's for me, it's a contribution to the sense-making landscape. And the format is basically that we take a piece of the culture, so something that's trending, something that seems to be contributing to the culture wars or just seems hot that week or in that moment. And as a group, tune in, so find a state of presence, become embodied, take in the media, and then collectively digest and process and share about our embodied and our felt sense and the emotional experience that's evoked by the piece without going into judgment, beliefs, opinions of the mind. And so it's more of a healing process than I understood when I began it. And it's one of those beautiful projects that's revealing itself as I commit to it and as I put my energy into it, it's teaching me. And it's brought a lot of people back into relationship with the media. Is some of the feedback I get is that a lot of people who were disenchanted and turned away and feeling like I can't handle this on my own. It's very hard to process the world's pain on your own. To do it in a group setting and where there's a understanding and an unconditional space of just acceptance of whatever it is you're feeling, we can explore the complexity and the strangeness of what the media evokes in us. And it's really healing and enlightening.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, the cultural embodiment piece that you're doing at the Stoa, which I think is a really good practical example of what I would consider like a feminine principle. So it's about sense making, but it's bringing in the felt sense. It's bringing in the kind of visceral response. And it's something, the word sense making is interesting because I think some people use it from a purely like propositional level. And that to me feels very sort of disembodied and quite male, if I'm honest. Whereas this, for me, and I think for us at Rebel Wisdom, it's always been, can you bring in the other felt centers? Can you bring in the embodiment piece? Because if you're not, you're missing out on a whole.
It's there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing, that it was like, we often create what we need. I was needing this because that's the way that information lands in me. It's a very embodied experience. It's a very sensual experience. It's a very emotional experience. And so, I mean, having friends in the sense-making space, I was feeling very frustrated. I was watching, and I put it that way because that was the experience. It was like standing on the outside of what was happening and watching the sense being made in this conceptual, kind of abstracted conceptual space. But I was hurting, or I was scared, or I was confused. Like all of these factors, like all of these experiences, these internal experiences are, that was a huge part of my sense making. It is my sense making of the world. And so when it occurred to me that there might be others was like, what if I invited other people to do this with me? And it was just really, it's been very beautiful.
Yeah. I loved when we talked prior to meeting here about that, because the frame of cultural embodiment actually helped me make sense of a couple of different processes that I also do in slightly different ways. And I think what's interesting about the sense-making space is the sense-making space is largely held in a broadcast format. And a broadcast format is just by default, here's the person speaking who has the authority, and then process happens somewhere else. And to hold spaces that are a space of cultural embodiment, in my ceremonies, I sometimes do a council round where often we put something that's collectively relevant. It might be collectively personally relevant, like someone died who we all really love, or someone is dying, or there's a family that needs support. It can also be something that's collectively relevant, like the elephant in the room of existential risk, that is a typical topic, or the elephant in the room of attention mining, and how do we actually become sovereign in our attention. That's another interesting topic. I do the same thing when I gather community, and I've always called it council. And to me, another dimension that is also the feminine is, in my sensing, I feel like that collective process is implicitly sacred. Like that sacred is something I think is also often missing from the conversation, and there's a lot of kind of cringing from it, or historical contextualizing of how someone views themselves relative to God or the sacred. But I also think it's something that's actually implicit in fabrics of connectivity that are rich. And I don't know if you would feel the same way. That's something I feel is really true. And then I like connecting those dots of like, there's the being who in a sense is functioning on a broadcast level like a guru.
Or an epistemic authority.
As an epistemic authority. And then there's a process that actually makes that meaningful, applicable, translatable, usable, and also just integratable, that is so fundamental.
Do you think that epistemic authority role also, or that broadcast role also skews as a male way of showing up rather than a female way of showing up?
I have to insert this because this term public thinker,
Public intellectual.
Oh, public intellectual. So I began to call myself a public feeler because it actually really, really describes the strange role that I often play of being like, I process very outwardly, and sometimes I think I'm processing for a lot of others, people who are not processing. And a lot of my work these days, whether it's cultural embodiment or this art of embodied conversation I'm doing with a friend, David Sauvage, where we publicly get into a very subtle, very intimate state and then heal with an audience. It's like, I'm a public feeler. So that doesn't quite answer your question, but I think it's like, I just want to put on the table another job description. That there's another set of skills. There are these competencies that I think this world of like Rebel Wisdom is doing the embodiment and flow course right now. Like, it feels like it's on the radar. And there was, for those of us who are facilitators in that session, one of the things we all recognized was a great sense of relief that we'd finally been invited to the table, that we were finally together. Like, a lot of us have been practicing a little bit in isolation, or felt like we were like, hello, there's a whole nother way of experiencing reality over here. But I think seeing it as a competency and something that can be modeled, taught, admired, even, I'm going to go there, like with the galaxy brain, like I admire it. It's so incredible what some of these thinkers can do with their minds. Like, I'm learning and I'm admiring what's happening. And I feel that what women like people, but women like Samantha and myself have to offer is also equally admirable. And we've worked really hard to be embodied and to bring through these wisdom principles, especially in a world that doesn't always recognize them or where they're not visible. But yeah, so yeah, I put it out. I think it's becoming recognized, but as a different set of skills.
Mm-hmm. I do think, I think it skews heavily male. I think it skews heavily masculine. And that there's
Mm-hmm.
an
That's
interesting distinction there. I like to work with a Jungian frame very much in terms of the masculine and feminine. So on the one side, there is the masculine, and the quadrant we most often organize and have organized our civilization around is the active masculine, the structural masculine. And then above that in the quiescent or the still would be like the archetype of, this would be the archetype of yang. And then up here we have the archetype of Shiva and presence and witness, which even in sense-making communities and in a culturally dominant way, we have emphasized masculine-oriented views of spirituality that orient towards presence, that orient towards stillness, that orient towards like the kind of singularity of enlightened consciousness. That's a masculine principle. And then on the feminine side, we have like the active feminine of birthing and art making and Shakti. And, in that quadrant, our practices would look more like dancing or making art or love making or some kind of collective non-linear movement, sense making process. And then above that, we have yin and the assimilative process. And that's where grieving occurs. It's where deep felt experiences happen. So like a cultural embodiment experience to me is orients a little bit more towards the yin space, which is where integration happens.
I love that. I think that's true. That's the space in the healing that happens in that that yin space of holding.
Yeah, or of listening to someone else. And
exactly.
But in a felt sense, listening and feeling. And I think what's what's missing in a sense often is like we have this masculine structural, which is very left brain friendly. It's structurally friendly. It's outcome friendly. And it does tend to railroad those other things if it doesn't then recognize them as equally valuable. And I think it's interesting because I find that kind of one of the sweet things about galaxy brain people is they're actually very good often at those other quadrants when invited. And I get curious about that in the space as like a transformational principle is how do we put the map out? Here's the map of all of the ways in which we experience and know and integrate, and then start to cultivate that even as a conversation with our galaxy brain friends.
And I think we're in a culture that's very unbalanced, particularly in the public space. I'd love to ask you a little bit about that because I've always been really interested in men's work and the positive, the healthy masculine, which it doesn't feel there's much of a place for in the culture at the moment. Like masculine, and the shift that I would love to see is, because it feels in the media at the moment that the perspective is masculinity is toxic, we need less of it. Whereas my sense is immature masculinity is toxic and we need more mature masculinity, and immature femininity is toxic and we need more mature femininity. And that would be a hell of a development of the conversation. I feel like those of us who are in the kind of the world of personal growth and are looking at ourselves, kind of this seems pretty obvious to us because we're aware of our own shadows, we're aware of the shadows in the culture. But that feels to me like a really important conversation that I feel is starting to shift. My spidey sense as a journalist is we're far enough after Me Too now that I think we're able to move forward on that conversation. Me Too was a necessary step, and the feeling after Me Too was men, now is your time to listen, women, now is your time to speak. It's like that made sense, but by definition, that's not a healthy relationship going forward. Like both have to be able to speak, both have to be able to have, it's by definition not a relationship. I'd love, your thoughts on that from the cultural level. What does a healthier conversation look like?
I mean, one of the things it's when you said the immature versus the mature, I also see it as the distorted It's like the wounds. I mean, it's not only just a matter of maturing, though maybe they're the same process, the healing. And what happens for me when I look deeply at the relationality between men and women and the masculine and the feminine is that we are hurting each other all the time, just all the time. Like, it's very humbling to actually open that dialogue and to own and take responsibility for the pain that our wounds are causing each other. And when we begin to see that, then we can repair. We can begin the repair process, and we can really have compassion for where we're at. Like, where we're at. It's almost like I have actually taken this perspective. I'd be curious if you've gotten this vision. I've had this vision of being like airlifted off of Earth and then looking back towards her. And one of the strong messages that has come through is, oh my God, what you are doing to each other, like the pain that you are causing, inflicting, like, and I want to say men and women in this case, though obviously it's much, I want to be more inclusive in the way I hold the frame, but there is something about men and women over time that we've really hurt each other, and we continue to do it moment by moment by moment. And so the nuance, opening the conversation, a lot of humility is required. I agree with you. I think there's a readiness for it. You feel that? I think it feels really good. It feels really good, like it's time.
Yeah. I think there is a readiness for it. I think there's a conversation that I feel would be helpful to ground in this 4-quadrant model about what is the masculine, what is the feminine, what is the distinction between the human incarnations of those qualities and the divine. I think in kind of New Age spiritual culture, there's a huge shadow of kind of women grasping after divine feminine and men grasping after divine masculine, and that becoming a platform for developing superego identities that have very little to do with actually embodying these competencies. And I think there's a conversation that is very much a human conversation about self-responsibility, I truly feel that conversation begins and in some ways ends with self-responsibility.
I think I'm going to second that. That's what feels most resonant to me, is taking responsibility on a personal level. Yeah.
Because anything else is a projection dialogue. Anything else is outsourcing the problem. And I think women do that all the time. Women do that all the time. They say, like, the problem with men is, or what the divine masculine really is, or what the divine feminine really is. And I very rarely hear anything there that, even a conversation that would sound like, I feel that I'm embodying the feminine in these ways. Do you witness that in me? Like, that would be a useful conversation. But, I think it also requires us taking responsibility for how we communicate on social media. I also think it requires, I don't consume much mainstream entertainment or media, but I also think it requires a certain rigor with how we are spoon-fed sociopathy and narcissism and sexism and misogyny in media, and something that, like, there's an aspect of the conversation I've been curious lately about nurturing people's movements of boycotting things that nurture the wrong frames, that nurture the wrong imprinting. And that's particularly been true around entertainment and media in relationship to toxic masculinity and toxic identity dynamics.
Yeah, there's also something about how the conversation seems driven by, you mentioned how we're wounding each other. The conversation seems to be driven by the wounded on both sides. I think online, particularly, kind of like the manosphere, seems to be a lot of men who've been wounded in their relationships with women. I think in a way, the women who've been wounded by men have more of a megaphone, because I think that's more dominant in the legacy media. structures because it's more kind of socially accepted to see women as only victims.
We just had the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to go there.
Yeah.
But that was the flashpoint. I think that's what was so electric about that cultural moment. And of course, it's like a hall of mirrors. I mean, it must be said that our mediascape at this moment is a hall of mirrors. You can get lost in it. It is fragmented. It is absolutely distorted and confusing. So nothing is clear in a sense. But what I was watching with interest was the jubilation and the relief that I'm not saying anything about who was right or wrong, but the relief in the fact that the man was being heard in this kind of archetype, I don't even want to call it archetypal, what would you call it? Like sadly very common experience of domestic violence and discord. She accuses him and he tells his story and it's heard. And I mean, in the end, she was villainized and there was all kinds of... Yeah. But I think there was something healing or that relief. I felt a little bit of valve or maybe a shift or an opening in this, like, okay, maybe we need to listen to all parties.
It complicated the narrative beyond what the media likes to portray it as.
Right.
And it's such a complex picture because, the fact that it was a court case and a court case has a winner and a loser and it's immediately put into this frame of, I mean, how much more powerful would it have been if both had been able to own their own part in what was clearly an incredibly toxic relationship? And I read a couple of accounts of the trial. There was a statement from, I think, their therapist who said neither of them, they're basically in a mutually abusive relationship. Neither of them have the ability to de-escalate arguments. Right. Like it was a, yeah.
Well, I want to say what happened when we did the trial in cultural embodiment was we watched some of the evidence. We watched a video of them interacting in their kitchen space. And then what the group, where we landed was, I've been in that scene. I know that place. Yeah. I remember my parents arguing, or one guy saying, you know what? I've done what Johnny did in that video and worse. And all of a sudden, all of us were witnessing this very sad experience of the privacy. Like, none of this should be, I mean, it's kind of like Tyson Yunkaporta's work. It's like, if there's going to be conflict in the community, bring it into the public space. Like, let's stand around the couple and help them sort this out. It is so intense what we've done by isolating ourselves in these little households. And so in the cultural embodiment, there was so much empathy. There was like very quickly a recognition that this is us. Like, I've been in this scene. I've been in this movie.
It's fascinating because what you've done is kind of the opposite of how, I love that idea. It's sort of like the idea that it takes a village to hold a marriage. And that's why the marriage ceremony is like everyone coming together and helping to support the married couple, because we can't see ourselves and we can't see our patterns, and we need that kind of reflection and we need that support to see when we're being the egotistical prick with the other person. And like it's a really healthy dynamic, and it's fascinating that Tyson's pointing to that. But in a way, and it sounds like there was a very healing moment with what you did on cultural embodiment, but in a way what happened with that trial was the absolute opposite. Because what happened was people taking small clips, kind of weaponizing every single part of the trial, everyone tribalizing on one side or the other. Like there was it's the opposite of let's try and help each person see their, let's look after each person, help them see their shadows. Like, it was completely the opposite.
So this is so important, and I would love, why? It feels like, it's almost like there's a,
is this like game A, game B dynamics?
Yeah, and you could say it's a feminine cultural competency. Like, where the game A dynamics is someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Let's make sure that happens, and let's have a really good time and watching somebody die. You know, and like the game, feminine? That's super. We could say that. I was saying it's game A. I don't have a need to say it's masculine, actually.
Right.
But I do have a need to say it's game A. But then the game B competency is a feminine competency.
Right.
And that's an interesting distinction where we don't need to call it masculine or feminine to just acknowledge that it's a pathology. But we can say the solution to the pathology is in a feminine quadrant of consciousness, which has to do with community being able to hold charge. And that, I mean, it's funny, the distinction of feminine is breaking down a little bit for me there, but it's an embodied competency. That's the competency of presence, like a whole bunch of sane people like co-regulating with other people.
I'm seeing like the integration. It's like the sacred marriage in a sense, in that way. Like maybe the game B is more like, because when you say presence, I suddenly see Shiva Shakti. I see the both, and all the quadrants.
Yeah, and I feel the body of community, like a body that's bigger than an individual. That does the way that to understand that would be in the quadrant of embodiment. But the way it functions is through many brains and bodies co-regulating with each other in a way that is compassionate and nurturing.
But this is like I hate that this is coming up, but maybe it needs to be said, and I'm curious your experience of this, because I feel like we're in such a process of detoxification right now. Just like that is one of the, characteristics or the qualities of what we're going through in this transitional, like, time between worlds. Like, I want to purge, even as I say it, and, even in ceremony, there's a lot of purging happening at the moment. And I think we are detoxifying. And one of the things that is hard for me sometimes about the feminine, like when you said that this is a feminine, the community, and this is a feminine modality. Yes. And I find that women still need to work through the game A dynamics, the competitiveness, the vying for position and place.
That often happens subterraneously.
Yes, I was going to say it's very subtle. And I think that's part of our work in this time as women, is to purify or detoxify our natural knowing and inclination towards relationship and community and holding space and holding each other. That has been by like in the patriarchy, you're not safe if you're not well positioned. And well positioned could be very beautiful, cozied up to masculine power, like whatever it is. Like, I've done a lot of work purging this from my system, and in the work saw how the tentacles of my upbringing in, like, swimming in the waters of patriarchy, I was just like taught that I needed to do certain things, behave certain ways, look certain ways to be safe. And so I just want to name it because I think women doing the work of purging and detoxifying that aspect, that game A competitiveness, as you see it with, back to Amber Heard, it's like, we want to throw stones at her, it's sometimes, and young women will say this to me sometimes, it's like, it's other women who are the harshest to me. And like that to me is just a symptom of the dysfunctional, you used a great word just then about game A, but we're detoxifying, like a little compassion for ourselves, but there is work to be done around, coming back into a healing place in holding community and holding those values, real, like for real.
Yeah.
Do you find that?
Definitely. I think what's lit up for me in what you've said is like that the act of detoxification implies a vision of health. And I think something that is needed, I think game B is a version of a vision for a future, but it's a very masculine vision for a vision of a future. Something I do think is needed is a fleshed out conversation that's embodied and plural, that involves like, well, if this isn't healthy, what is healthy? And what I found is that there's a need for people to self-author that vision. Like there's the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. Sometimes I call it, to me, it's the ancient future. Game B is another framework. I like surfing amongst a lot of different kind of narratives about it, but most people don't. And so I find, and what's interesting is I think we get stuck in game A dynamics about what is that vision for health. And I've watched that happen. Like, just choose one. It's good enough. Like, aim, keep going. So I think there's a need for a space that supports women to do women's work and men to figure out their conversation. And for like a larger process of where are we going? And that would feel good, like that actually has a feeling tone in people's bodies. I feel like there's a real need for that. That was what lit up for me, because I realized that sometimes I'm not sure we're purging, because I'm not sure that there's an end game. Like I think we're getting crazier as collective sense breaks down, as collective systems break down, as we go through these waves of a sense of betrayal on behalf of our governments and our systems. Like, my concern is that I suppose I could say I've had to really examine my own belief structures that we're going somewhere, and actually sit with, what if we're not going anywhere? What if we're just getting crazier in the context of systems collapse?
But that's going somewhere, isn't it? Getting crazier?
It's just interesting, because the idea of detoxing implies that we're detoxing towards a more true embodiment of who we can be, which is very dear to my own belief structure. I would say
for me, it's already there. I think I'm thinking you probably, it's like, it's already there. It is actually what we are. And we're having to peel the layers of the onion. We're like having to strip away what stands between us and being ecstatic, blissful beings in this incredible cosmic dance. That's like part of my problem with the flow conversation, is that it's often placed outside. It's like it's a place that we're trying to get to. Maybe this is part of what you're saying, is that there's this place that we're trying to get to. I'm like, no, we are flow. Like, we are flow. When we're not, what's happening there in that space? Like, sink in. That's what I'm feeling when you're speaking about, like, pick one and aim. It's like, there's so much to be done right here, right? In this place, in this moment, in this body. It's like, yeah, the energetics of it are forward moving. Is this resonating?
Yeah, it is. And I have questions about it.
Okay.
Like, I think it's a helpful foil to hold the foil of, maybe we're actually just in a collapse of our species, and there isn't a there to our idea, like to the idea that we are revealing some more, getting to an evolutionary next state. I suppose I'm just bringing that in because I think it's important to hold that too. That in the systems dynamics at play, like on the one level, we're trying to engineer a way to get us to the next stage of civilization. And from an internal perspective, one way to say that is we're working to reveal a deeper truth about our radiance, our flow nature. I think it's simultaneously important to hold that we might not make it through that gateway, and to get curious about how, for example, the detox process could just continue to spiral into deeper pathologies.
Oh, I think that's certainly happening. I agree. It's like, for me, it's like, yeah. No, I hear you. I think what you're saying is I just want to hold also the possibility that there's not somewhere to get to. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
I hear that.
Okay.
I very much hear that.
Yeah.
And I like feeling that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
What you're talking about with the kind of the masculine and the feminine principle reminds me a lot of David Data's perspective on the masculine being the witnessing principle and the feminine principle being the witnessed, being more the dance.
Which is the classic Shiva Shakti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you agree with that kind of distinction?
I don't think it's complete. Like, that's the classic David Deodat is the Shiva Shakti description, but it doesn't include the yin yang.
Right.
So you have to build the whole map if you want to get the whole map, because in a way, for example, if the David Deodat map of presence and embodiment is the only part of the map, you actually miss what you could say what the yin, the yang, what the structural actually craves, which are spaces that actually are much better mirrored by a cultural embodiment kind of practice, where it's not about pure presence. It's about listening and feeling, and perhaps it involves movement, and perhaps it involves silence, and perhaps it involves mirroring that's mutual. And that's actually a better map for the textures of consciousness and the textures of integration that emerge in that kind of a space. So, yeah, I just think it's an incomplete map. I think it's useful. I think it's a useful map, particularly for men who are trying to
It's like
understand.
a gateway drug, I feel like. David Data is a little bit of a gateway drug. It was the first, I remember being in like 1990 in a bookstore in Key West, Florida, and I was just like really just beginning my path. Except that life is the path. But at that point, I began to study. And I walked into the spiritual bookstore and I just said, I'm going to pick whatever book speaks to me. And I chose Intimate Communion by David Data. Of all the books, I had no idea. And that book rocked my world. And I mean, I still have my copy and it's underlined like so much you can barely, it's more underlined than not. It was really helpful to me to find, because the Shakti, the active feminine, is so important. And I think there's a reclaiming of that a woman goes through in her journey. Maybe not younger women. I think already the culture has moved so much. But for me, there definitely was this idea that women are I grew up in the South, which also has another cultural layer. But it was like they take care of the home. They, it's like more in the background, etc. And if they were strong in a masculine way. Maybe you were like kicking ass at work, or you had like this incredible career, you were a doctor or something like that. And so when I understood that there was this active feminine, this eros, this Shakti, this like wild woman archetype, it explained so much. Really explained what had been suppressed in me, and the reclaiming of that was such a beautiful journey, and the data work helped me with that.
Yeah, I think the shadow of that frame that I see is really rife in our culture in general, is that the shadow is dissociation. So you can cultivate...
Wait, can I take that in for a second? I love what you're saying. So the shadow of the data stuff is dissociation.
Yeah, and of quiescent masculine spiritual frameworks generally. The shadow.
Oh, yes.
The shadow is,
yes.
I will transcend, I will pull myself into stillness, I will pull myself into non-reactivity and dispassion. And then we get like very detailed, deeply practiced people who have no capacity for healthy attachment or for an aesthetically rich conversation about beauty. And there's a very strong argument that we can't actually create ethical frameworks to collaborate with the active masculine without a profound sense of beauty. And that is the call and response that could support on the active quadrant, where there's this call and response of, yes, is it effective? And is it beautiful? And if those two things meet, that there's juice there. And where with the quiescent masculine, the shadow is, I'll meditate myself out of this grief. I'll meditate myself into being unbothered by my deepest feelings about these existential issues, which then doesn't give us a capacity. In the quiescent feminine is where archetypes evolve. You could think of that as, it's like in the Japanese psyche, an example that's actually a really interesting one is the process by which the Japanese people integrated Hiroshima was this very, and Japanese culture is this profoundly absorptive
Buto dance.
Buto dance, and like how the next wave of what became Japan was founded on this like very absorptive process of total annihilation that could only happen over time and quietude and like rich felt aesthetic processes. And I see that, as a healer, I see that in people's processes with the death of parents, or people's processes with major shifts in family constellations, or in work, or in it's like there's an absorptiveness to it that when someone names that and says that's valuable, it gives permission to like a chrysalis in that person's consciousness, or in a group's consciousness, or in a culture's consciousness that can't actually have its intelligence without a little bit of naming and holding. And then with that can eventually emerge.
I mean, I'm thinking of planting a seed, like the underground stage. I mean, that's what that just felt like to me.
Yeah, and I think we're in a time of new gods, like that we can't birth if we're only in the masculine structural space. It's like
that is
the galaxy brain is a god on some level, but it's only one kind of god.
Well, it's kind of like a theological. Are you familiar with Richard Tarnas? Richard Tarnas's work?
Astrologer?
Yeah, he wrote a book called Passion of the Western Mind, which talked about the shift, basically the idea that we're in a theological shift. And I feel like that's very true, that we are actually in. There is a there is a kind of a very profound shift going on towards his basic framing was that the masculine, discerning, analytical, rationalist intellect had created a prison for itself, ultimately kind of created a prison for itself that you see reflected in the world, and that the way out was a return to the intuitive, a return to more of the feminine principle. And I remember reading that 20 or 30 years ago and being hugely struck by it, and ever since it sort of just seems more and more true, even though I think we do need we need both. We do need a return of kind of the masculine principle as well. Yes. I guess something was coming up when you were talking before about the kind of the hidden feminine, because we've talked about the positives, and I'd love to come back to that, what the feminine has to add to this conversation. But there's also the flip side as well. If you look at, we've talked about social media, like one of the perspectives on social media is that it has multiplied what have traditionally been more sort of feminine violent strategies or emotional violence strategies, so reputation destruction, emotional violence. Jonathan Haidt's looked at it, particularly the effect on young women has been incredibly marked. And so one of the perspectives that has been put forward is that we're going through, particularly with social media and the growth of these technologies, a kind of what's the word? It's like a multiplication or a intensification of these particular strategies, which are sometimes identified with the feminine. Do you think that's fair, or is that sexist?
What do you think?
Feels like we're already working with symptoms and trying to solve it at the level of symptoms. And I would not agree that male strategies are more physical, typically. If you're looking on the energetic level, so for example, penetration, energetically, there can be a violence in the way that I am addressed or ignored or used by a man that doesn't look like swinging arms or hitting. And one of the reasons, like I start to get a little, like one of the reasons the feminine goes covert is because she had to survive. Like I've had this conversation with male friends who complain about women keeping secrets. And I'm like, well, there were times when women had to keep secrets as a matter of survival. And so, yeah, for me, it's like at the level of symptoms. And so it's not even that helpful. I mean, I totally agree that social media is a mess and very bad for girls. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I have done so much work to lay a strong foundation for her of emotional intelligence. She knows who she is, and she is not on social media yet, and I'm going to delay that as long as possible. And the funny thing is, she's not even interested. She sees right through most of it already. And I think that when we're raising our children when we're nurturing their sense of self and their identity, teaching them to be emotionally intelligent and empathic and self-responsible, it looks like the farce that it is. It looks like the Hall of Mirrors. It looks like the mess that it is. I mean, she's so discerning. I will try to show her things in the media, and she'll just immediately say, "Mom, this is inappropriate," or "Mom, this is like why are they talking like that to each other? It's just cruel. I'm not interested." Like just like that. So yeah. I guess that's all I wanted to say, is that I think there are reasons. I wouldn't say that the masculine is physical and the feminine is covert always. And I would say that that's a symptom of the distortion that we've been living in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it does, the dynamics of social media do particularly tend to co-opt the female mind, because it's about a certain kind of signifying that dovetails with shadow feminine dynamics. But I tend to agree that it's more of a symptom than a cause. It's interesting how the medium is the message in a sense, but
yeah, and it's not to say that women are doing it more than men. I think it calls out those behaviors from both.
Uh-huh.
And actually, ironically, I think a lot of the worst. I mean, the Jungian idea of the kind of anima animus, when a man is anima possessed, he becomes bitchy, reactive, and so much of the worst behavior I see on social media, I would say, is kind of anima possessed men. Because they're still quite aggressive, because they've got kind of that testosterone edge, but they're kind of in a real sort of bitchy, reactive kind of energy. So I'm not saying that it's kind of divided by sex in that way. I'm pretty sure if you looked at the stats, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
And yeah, I find that kind of the Jungian frame really useful, because then you can understand when a woman is possessed by her animus, and I think this culture forces women into the animus so often to compete in a kind of men's world, in the corporate world. The sort of ball buster, ball breaker, castrating woman is what we're sort of pushing women into. When a man is in his anima, kind of moody, reactive, bitchy, like that's so many of, I find it a really helpful frame.
I think also you're probably asking two people who don't tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of a,
that's true.
The mature feminine doesn't go on Twitter.
It's part of my brand, to be blunt. I mean, quite literally. Like, I think it's a really toxic way to communicate in general, because it incentivizes those kinds of responses. Why engage?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I really don't have a deep love for social media, or even really know what to do with it, to be honest.
I mean, the light side, at least on Facebook, is that there is a culture of storytelling that, when it's grounded really authentically, has an extraordinary richness to it. And that's something I've been really examining. I've been in a deep examination of my relationship with specifically long form social media. And I think there's something there that I want to see continue to evolve about the value of our stories when shared in an arena that is greater than just what we can do at a table. And then where that gets, of course, instantly toxic is if we're sharing stories in order to manipulate attention, manipulate someone else's experience.
And again, that's kind of a felt sense often, like that sort of cringe. It's part of the kind of cultural embodiment piece that we see when someone, and it's a very subtle thing because we've created an environment where even a kind of honest sharing, we're self-aware enough to know, even if it is a genuine, honest sharing coming from a kind of vulnerable place, we're self-aware enough to be like, well, this is a good piece of my personal brand if I share this in this particular way. Like, it's kind of unavoidable in a way, but you can also feel like the difference on a very subtle level between, I find that just so tragic in a way, where people have become kind of influencers, and then every single piece of their lives suddenly has an agenda behind it of, oh, is this going to go viral? Is this going to be part of my kind of like brand? And there's so much of it in the kind of healer, new age kind of space.
And the younger people are, the more likely it is that that's a distinct sub-self.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking to me. The younger people are, the more they have a sub universe that's the universe of the authentic self that gets shared in public.
Do you think they have a healthier relationship to it or a more unhealthy relationship?
I'm in the question, is it possible to have a healthy relationship with that? I don't know. I think we're in a very large collective experiment about that.
This is actually the exact topic of a course that I'm working on at the moment with Peter Lindbergh about the second self. How can you have a mindful relationship to that second self that you put out there in a way that is oriented towards growth, and that you're aware of all the different dynamics, like capture, audience capture, internalized capitalism, where you're kind of like thinking about the metrics all the time. Is there a way of having a mindful relationship to that entity that doesn't feel like it's driving you or getting away from you we don't know. We're not sure. We'll find out.
I love that course. I want to take that.
That's the right reaction.
Yeah. No, it seems really, really useful. I mean, it brings up for me the concept of alchemical art or life art, like Jonathan Harris, who was on the Stoa recently, who's a friend. He is doing such beautiful personal narrative healing work. I think there's a very legitimate role for the making of art and storytelling in this time of transition as we are growing and changing, like the sharing from that place. And I really put up Jonathan as an example, a beautiful example of this. His recent project In Fragments is exemplar, and it's inspiring. Ironically or not, he got very little response from this project. So he had a big career and a big profile as a digital artist in the early 2000s. Spiritual journey, kind of retreated, went on this did a lot of inner work, and this is his first coming out with his art, this project In Fragments. And some part of him thought it would be like really received because he took 6 years to make it. He put everything he had into it, and then crickets on social media. He's like, not only am I getting fewer likes than I've ever gotten, but people are unsubscribing at a rapid rate. And then he had to really work through what that meant for him and the value of the work that he had made. So yeah, I think this, how we use the medium, basically.
And how much of ourselves we show and in what way.
Yeah.
Which is a big, it's a big discussion that I'm kind of in at the moment.
Personally, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like certainly with Rebel Wisdom, there's been a sort of journalistic persona that I think is a benefit, and also sort of I feel like I want to kind of move beyond in some way as well. So I'm going to open up the conversation here, because obviously looking at we started this conversation talking about the gender balance on Rebel Wisdom, and as the person who's basically deciding who to interview, I'm obviously always in reflection of why am I making these decisions? Is there something about my personality or the way that I look at the world that's leading me to value these perspectives over these perspectives? And there's definitely something in that. And also there's another dynamic. When I was working at Channel 4 News 15 years ago or so, they went through a process of wanting to get a 50-50 gender balance in terms of the people they were interviewing. And so looking at like, who are the male academics that we're inviting on? Can we find any alternatives? And putting a lot of pressure on to do that. And what was very interesting, we had the playwright Lucy Prebble, who's now kind of one of the showrunners for Succession, came in and said and she had a very nuanced view on it. She said whenever she was called up to come on TV to talk about something, she'd always say, "Oh well, I think there's someone better qualified than me," and she'd point them in the direction of someone else. And that was often what we found when we were phoning up kind of female academics, is when you phone up a male academic, they'd be like, "Yep, what time do you need me there?" And often when you speak to a female academic, they'd say, "Well, I'm not really the expert in this, and you probably need to speak to this person or that person." And so there's kind of maybe internalized dynamics as well that are much more deeper than just who's being invited or there seem to be like cultural roles, social roles, and probably innate evolved dynamics that are coming into play in this as well.
There's massive statistics about all of that, of women being more deferential, women having a much harder time asking for promotions or being assertive about their worth in the marketplace. I've definitely experienced those dynamics massively. So I think whether you know it or not, those dynamics certainly have played out in the Rebel Wisdom community. I would say additionally, I would say there's the galaxy brain phenomena, which is we are talking about systems. But I think there's a piece that is not just a masculine bias, but it's a bias around the what we are talking about. And there might be an expansion of the definition of the what that matters. Like if we're talking about intimacy, we would want to interview Brene Brown, Esther Perel. Like I can think of many other people. If we're talking about story,
both of those, by the way.
And perhaps your brand hasn't really spoken to them about what they want to be talking about. So, or like the kind of generalized context, which seems very in this masculine structural quadrant, but to actually make a proposition that we're working on marrying like the structural with the noetic, the structural with the poetic, the structural with the embodied, the structural with the emotional. Then we start to get this conversation, and you can see pretty quickly that there's a greater gravitas of often masculine speakers over here and a greater gravitas of often feminine speakers over here. I have recently been going down a rabbit hole of finding all the awesome female podcasters. And there actually are a lot of them who do very, very well structured work. And it often emphasizes more storytelling, more personal interaction. There may still be very clear structural bullet points, but often it's more oriented towards what can be felt and what can be actually lived by the audience. And so there's a piece there too about like, where is the distance on, well, we're specializing in structures that we can all think about together versus we're focused on processes that you can live in your own life. And so, and that speaks to your experience of putting together conferences where the conference is a little bit more like, how do you put sense making into action in your part of the universe? And so there might be something there around looking at how often very powerful female leaders are much more focused on that point of traction. I think that there's some truth in that would be worth exploring.
I love that. It's beautiful. Learning so much. And also, it just hit me. Like, why would we want to do this? Like, why? And the very short answer that I gave in a conversation this morning about the same topic. Like, what happens when the masculine and the feminine really show up to the same space in right relationship? And the answer was fun. Like, it could be so fun. There's so much fun to be had. Like, there's a playfulness, actually, that's missing when the feminine is missing. And in some of these, like, these, like, I'm going to tear it all apart. Look, like, there's a, like, that it feels, I mean, I can feel how it feels satisfying in a sense, but there's a playfulness that's available and a fun that's available when we're all dancing together, that, and aliveness, vitality and aliveness. Like, these are the pieces that, for me, that would be the why. Like, let's just have more fun. Do you think you find that? Like, I forget sometimes. I'm so busy trying to solve the problem, fix it, and like get the women, the men, it's like, oh yeah, wait, why are we doing this? Because it's gonna be amazing when we actually figure it out.
So this conversation has been all about what's missing from the conversation. Before we close, is there anything missing that we haven't said yet?
The thing that I'm present to is that we spoke about earlier, is that I feel like I want to see more conversations about immanence, about the fabric of the relationships we're stewarding through these frameworks.
The relationships between people? Or?
The relationships between people, the relationships between people and ecosystems, the relationships between peoples and peoples, between cultures, the relationships that flow between any actors in a living system. Like, my sense of the next stage of civilization is, like, my sense is that we have mastered objectivity. I understand this thing out there, and we've mastered subjectivity to a certain degree. Like, and a lot of this conversation has been about subjectivity and intersubjectivity. But the next stage of civilization is going to be about mastering intersubjectivity 100%. And interobjectivity. It's going to be about, can we manage the flows of information, energy, and atoms between things in a way that is masterful and harmonious. And that's a conversation essentially about immanence, about the flows of relationships and interactions and values between things. And that's a conversation I'd like to see much more prominent, as opposed to we understand, which is omniscience. Or we're heading towards transcendence. We're trying to get beyond this. I would say where we're really heading is towards integration and a certain mastery of in the worldness. And that I crave greater attention for that conversation and greater attention put on it, greater intelligence oriented towards it, of like, look, our greatest problems are problems of coordination. And all coordination is a function of interaction. And to me, that's the most important conversation we could possibly be having. And like, a question I've been asking is, like, could we actually transition to this next stage of civilization without putting the sacred in the center of it? And if we do, if we put the sacred at the center of the process, or the soul at the center of the process, then the whole process becomes a ceremony.
Amen, sister. I'm in. I want life as a ceremony. That's what I want. Conversation is ceremony. Life is ceremony. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Amen.
And a little woman. Clarissa Pinkola Estes always answered.
We demystify what goes on behind the therapy room door. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides us a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP. Yeah. Because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's bad. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process and there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes. Yeah.
And built into that contract, as I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries.
Yeah.
Before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
And what do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that's really in any contract, I think, especially if you're going to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory. I mean, you're trained as a transactional analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage.
Yes. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger, it's the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration.
Yeah.
Any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to.
Yes. That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come and, my wife has said, I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract, I hear is yours about, and most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable and what's acceptable. So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin,
Yeah.
then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being. But they
Yes.
may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious. And being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to.
Yeah. I love the bracket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt injury in the child where you get to the child ego state I'm talking about developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, well, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place. Yes.
Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions.
Yeah.
That'd be one thing if you want to do that. Another one would be, if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that. We were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like, it was hard work with him, let's put it that way. But yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, a daily rate. So it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah.
I think, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it, it's a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think anger, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
I nearly always look at, well, they come together.
Okay.
So if you say, tell me a little bit about, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now?
Yeah.
Like, if that's what you mean by situation.
That's particularly what I was thinking about, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
Yeah.
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them.
Yeah.
And ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
Yeah.
So you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the two and two together.
Yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. Like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah.
So I want to find out, well, was it modeled to you to be angry?
Yeah.
To get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
Yeah.
Did you have to be angry to, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
Yeah. And
often anger, sometimes, and especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving extra, anger or frustration or attacking transactions of the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had, it was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work, but I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's, if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important to contract and keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate the say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, you know, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is if you go developmental, help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. So they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past. So they connect the two.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, you know, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Oh,
which is completely the opposite.
But it is an interesting one, because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, and when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And usually I say to them, you know, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, you know, in a quite calm way, or whatever way I say it. But you know, do you have a situation like a pressure cooker, where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker, because most people don't want to. I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but you know, people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modelled and how emotional regulation was modelled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example, or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, you know, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant others, you know, actual anger, and it's not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client. Sometimes it's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present, then you're going to get there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those that are listening.
Hang on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
What's happened? Oh, I don't know. What's happened? Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, so I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
As well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, you know, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with them, then you need to, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up.
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, in many cases, their anger might be valid. That's the other things. But you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if whether you work relationally or not, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared. And are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place. And that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they, what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah, emotions are very complex anyway, at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions, so relationships break down, for example, I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract.
Yeah.
And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and what's it all about, and that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
Yeah, and it's important to discuss that contract as well, and why it's there, the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't.
Yeah.
That's not to people work in offices where there's people around.
Yeah. And
the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you here, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, that you've got maybe even a button that you could press, and all these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration.
Yeah. I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean? And things like that. But in the early days, when I was, newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than, potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Yeah. Yeah, like that pressure cooker, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
Yeah, and I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are.
Yeah.
To, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody with a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this.
Yeah.
Not to just work alone in your house with people with anger issues, without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right, I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
Yeah, and I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, so we can never be 100% sure. But it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, express their anger in a safe way, in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because the angers come up in the therapy development. You've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about. Yeah.
And again, what you said then about, the relationship, I think that's really important, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express the emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that, again, is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes, yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, damage furniture, property. You don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you're feeling comfortable or intuitively feel comfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. We can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay, till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be back next week with another episode.
Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, you know, like I was out on the streets, I was a bum. It's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right, let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. That doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
Body mind empowerment.
Get stronger, faster, smarter, quicker, friendlier, more helpful, more driven.
Everything the body needs.
Control your mind.
Welcome to the Body Mind Empowerment Podcast. I'm your host Simland, and today my guest is Isaac from the YouTube channel The Realized Man, and he makes videos about dominating your psychology and winning the internal battle we all face, and achieving your goals that way. Isaac, I'm so glad to have you here, and I want to welcome you to the show.
The pleasure is mine, man. I've been waiting to get on your podcast, and I was so happy when you actually told me, hey, Isaac, let's make this happen. And here we are. Hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah, definitely. We've been on this journey of YouTube together for a while already, and we kind of it was just a matter of time, you know.
Yeah. You, me, and Philip. It started all at the beginning. I think this time last year, fresh. Here we are now.
Yeah, exactly. You know why I like your videos is like you combine the philosophy and the aspect of hustling hard. So it's kind of very good combination of modern day success and personal development with these ancient philosophers as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think you kind of need that, especially the philosophy of Stoicism. There's so many aspects in that philosophy that just correlate into the hustle ethic, that just kind of give you the right mindsets to be able to just get down and win that battle of the internal mind, like what I'm always talking about on my channel, and make things happen. So you need to draw from all different areas, and philosophy is definitely a strong point for me to get my, motivation from.
Exactly, like the game is psychology. Everything, the world or your subjective experience of the world, all of it exists only in your head, in your psychology, and so your own mindset and the way you look at things, it's literally the key aspect of how you experience the world around you. So why do you think like having a mindset or having a good, right growth mindset is so important?
Well, just like what you said, your perception is everything. And I've seen what kind of drew me to this whole self-improvement thing was how I realized how your mind can literally change what you experience. I've seen people that have had it all literally having terrible lives just because of how they perceive things, just because of how ungrateful they are. And I've seen people with nothing just really happy and, having that energy just coming from them because of their perception, because they're grateful for the small things. So it all starts with the mindset. Like a growth mindset especially is incredibly important. In this line of work, you need to kind of have faith that you can get better. The fixed mindset that people have when they believe that, this is what they have, these are the genetic blessings I've been given, or this is all I can achieve, is not inducive of success in this world, right? So self-improvement is kind of a way to unlock that growth mindset in people to be able to actually achieve crazy things, to be able to actually do the things that we're always talking about, trying to inspire on our channels.
Yeah, it's true. Like, and it doesn't just apply just to success or goals. You need to have your mindset on point with everything else as well, like your health, your relationships, your greater purpose in life, and those are all tied. They're all tied to your mindset. And the thing with your mindset and the thing with your actions is that like they become self-fulfilling prophecies in a sense of what you believe to be true. You will only act if you believe that something is possible to be accomplished, and if you don't believe that something is that you won't be able to accomplish them, then you won't be able to act either, because it's limiting in a sense, and you never want to act on something that you're going to fail. So yeah, definitely having a growth mindset, believing in what you do, is lays the foundation to your actions all the time. So so what kind of a mindset do you yourself personally have?
Like my business, the realized man, my hustle, I have a pretty extreme mindset. I'm not sure. I'm sure you're aware of Jocko Willink.
Yeah, Jocko Willink, yeah.
Yeah. I've got a similar type of mindset when it comes to my work. Whereas he's probably got like in terms of battle and being a commander and stuff. I've got that do or die mindset when it's time to do the work. So if I need to do something, and the only way I'll get off it is once I'm finished or if I'm dead. So I push myself to that mental place. And it hasn't always been like that. It took a bit of time. A lot of books I've read, especially a lot of Navy SEAL books, they're really good for kind of building up that mindset. And I feel like that's the mindset you need if you want to be a good hustler, right? In this world, you need to be able to kind of push the barriers. And what I've noticed is a lot of us, we stop at self-made limits, right? We start feeling that inner resistance. We start feeling a little bit of resistance, and we're like, okay, now that's enough. Now I'm done. What I've been doing over the past 5 years is just trying to teach myself to push through that limit. It started off from the gym, from fitness, and then it seeped over to the mindset aspect, to just sitting down and doing work. And what I've noticed is, as human beings, our potential is so insane. It's incredible, but a lot of us just tap into a little bit of it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like I like what you said, that Navy SEALs, they are all pushing themselves to the limit, and I've heard this saying amongst Navy SEALs that whenever you feel like quitting or whenever you feel like you've reached enough, then that's only like the 40% of your true potential. And that is true, because your mind is always trying to protect you from taking action, from putting you into these uncertain situations, because it's like, yeah, self-preserving mechanism. Because an organism, if it expends too much energy, if it gets into these dangerous situations, then its chances of survival is gonna be lower. So your mind is always trying to protect you, whether that be by not taking action, causing fear, anxiety, or even lying to yourself. It's also a way of self-preservation and avoiding the uncertainty.
Yeah. I think you have to be very cognizant of that. I always talk about that on my channel. I talk about this thing called the evolutionary mismatch. Basically, our biology hasn't really caught up with the technology and the advancements we have now. So, like what you said, you as an organism, you're trying to conserve energy as the number one thing. You're trying to ensure your survival. So your brain doesn't care about your higher ideals, doesn't care about your podcast sim, it doesn't care about your courses or your impact you want to make on this earth. Your brain just wants you to survive. And it still thinks that we're getting chased by mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. So luckily for us as human beings, we have this blessing, this faculty of being able to be more aware. So we can kind of like step outside of ourselves and see the situation. We can become aware of these impulses we have as like an animal, as like, an organism, and still see the higher picture and say, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't have to be the way. I don't have to follow this impulse. I'm not a base animal. I can choose to persist. And I think that's where that grit comes from. And I'm sure you know a lot about that, Sim. I see how much work you've been putting in, and your podcast, all about that mental resistance and pushing through it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a good analogy of YouTubing, making videos, and being an entrepreneur on the internet, because it really requires a ton of work and consistency. As with both of us, we've been publishing hundreds of videos over the last year, and we're still going to keep doing it. So it's definitely like we're not, even though we're living in a modern age that is very safe and secure, we're still as if living in a in an environment that requires these kinds of adaptations of disciplining ourselves and maintaining this consistency in this regard.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And another thing that's kind of messes us up in the modern day is you have to realize that we are bombarded by so many more distractions than there's ever been at any other time, period. I was having a talk with my friend the other day, and we were discussing what would it have been like to live just like 20 years ago. Like, what did people do before the internet, before, social media? What did you do, right?
Yeah.
Now we've got all these things. We've got Telegram, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, iTunes, like all these things grabbing your attention. So it's never been easier for people just to kind of take the path of sloth, to kind of just fall into those evolutionary urges to take the path of least resistance, to just entertain yourself. So today, more than ever, a good mindset, that hustler mindset, that grit mindset is needed.
Yeah, if we're being conditioned to be, all over the place, and to be, in the grips of these sensory stimulations, then you don't develop this kind of patience and focus, and you tend to dabble. You don't commit to one thing that is going to actually give you the more results, because mastery, the greatest results come from mastering something and getting actually so good, getting really good at something. And just if you're dabbling, if you can't, if you quit certain activities as soon as you start them, then yeah, you'll never reach these kinds of higher levels of mastery.
Let's say you need like 10,000 hours of mastery. It's something that's kind of becoming more difficult to do in this modern day, like what we said, because of the distractions. You go back a few thousand years ago, a blacksmith who was a blacksmith all his life, all he's going to be doing is just forging weapons. He's going to get that 10,000 hours easily. But for us, it takes a lot of mental focus to decide on one thing and to actually go hard at that. And besides the distractions, we're also paralyzed by information, right? Like when you give someone 50 choices, it's harder to make a decision than if you give them 3 choices. And we need to navigate around that to succeed, to be able to do what we want to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what kind of qualities do you value in a person's mindset? What kind of qualities or traits do you value the most?
Yeah. I like grit. That's one. Grit, the ability to just persist on one thing and keep going regardless of hurdles. People need to be adaptation. I feel like a lot of people are not adaptive. They get comfortable in a particular environment or way of thinking, and it's next to impossible to get them out of that.
Right.
And yeah, I think those are the 2 main ones, Sim. Those grit and adaptation, the ability to adapt to obstacles as they come your way. If you have those 2 mindsets, you'll be able to go very far indeed.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Like, one of the highest values that I value in people is like having this kind of a mindset that allows you to overcome your current condition and your current circumstances, in a sense of not focusing on the aspect of, oh, I have these kind of predisposing genes, I'm living in this kind of environment, I've been given, or I've been forced to have this kind of a burden to bear that I didn't choose. But instead of instead of adopting the victim mindset and falling victim to that, instead of that, overcoming it and using it as something that is actually going to give you more leverage and more power, in a sense. And I believe like the individual's ability to override and rise above any circumstance is one of the most admirable and most effective mindsets to ever have. And I believe like the best example of this comes from history as well. Like my favorite books of all time is Man's Search for Meaning, and it's written by Viktor Frankl, and it talks about how he survived the Nazi concentration camps, where he spent for 3 years under brutal conditions. He was working hard, and he he basically came out of it thanks to his mindset, thanks to his ability to perceive his suffering as something meaningful, as something
Yeah.
that didn't break him, but actually allowed him to find more happiness and fulfillment.
Yeah. You see, I've read that book as well, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And that's why I like the Stoic mindset so much, the Stoicism philosophy. Viktor Frankl kind of resonates with that philosophy a lot in the way that he talks about certain things in his book. The ability to take an obstacle, as Ryan Holiday says, and make it the way. So take any negative event that happens in your life and flip it upside down and use it as a way for self-betterment, self-improvement. And what I've noticed in life is if you look really thoroughly, there's always a way to turn a negative into a positive. Even the worst circumstances, you can always turn positive. Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, like it was out on the streets, I was a bum. Like, it's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right. So let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. Like, you had Brendan Carter on your podcast the other day as well, or you were talking to Brendan Carter, and I remember watching his story, and he was talking about how the way he developed his mindset was that his father passed away when he was young, and he had to look after the family and become the man of the house at a young age, and that just really gave him the advantage. So sometimes these negative things that happen in life, if you have the right mindset, they kind of make you stronger. Like in Black Panther, how he absorbs the kinetic energy and gets stronger. I'm not sure if you guys watch that. That might be a spoiler. That's how I like to look at things. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
That's right. Like, there are things in Stoicism they say that there are things that you can't control, like the weather, the planetary circulation and things like that, but you can control your thoughts and actions. So even by simply admitting that you can, even if it may be a lie, that you can't actually control, that you can't even direct the course of actions of future events entirely, even if you simply admit to yourself or acknowledge to yourself that you can do it, then just the mere fact of doing that already gives you so much power, because you're gonna direct your focus on the things that you can actually control.
Yeah. That's what people are always saying. You might not have control of your external world, but you always have control of your internal world. It's kind of like if someone chucks you an insult right now, you can take it one of two ways. You can be offended by it, or you can exercise your control and be like, no, I'm not going to let this affect me at all.
Right.
This is nothing to me.
Right.
And the ability of exercising your control is actually pleasurable once you've done it a few times. You get, you're just like, oh, wow, I wonder what's next. I wonder what else they're going to chuck at me. I wonder what else is going to come. It almost kind of becomes like a game in some ways.
Exactly.
If you get really deep down this rabbit hole, it starts becoming like a little bit of a challenge. Like, oh, I wonder what I can overcome next. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this? Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
I remember the other day, Sim, I had to go to the hospital because my mum needed to get checked up, and we were waiting in the hospital for like 5 hours, right? And before the 5 hours, I was waiting for 2 hours, and I realized I was going to stay there for a long time. I was like, okay, so in my mind, I could have done one or two things. I could have complained and thought, oh crap, I'm going to be here for 5 hours. I won't be able to hustle. I can't do the things I wanted to do. This sucks. But I chose to flip that upside down. I thought to myself, oh, wow, so I'm going to be here for 5 hours. Let's see how good I am at this game of patience.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let's see how patient I can be. Let's see how stoic I can be about this. And that just flipped the thing upside down. When you turn these negatives and kind of make them into like little challenges that you have to overcome, it completely changes your experience with those things. And that's something that people can do.
I totally agree with you on this one as well. Like, I've been in similar situations, and like you said, it's a game almost, and it might seem sort of a masochistic game, but but in reality, it is actually simply conditioning. Everything you do every day is you're training something. You're conditioning your brain in some direction or the another. Like even like say, for instance, I'm trying to, I don't know, trying to do some work on the internet, with my blog or YouTube channel or whatever, and the internet goes away, then I might feel, I might get frustrated, I might get, angry because I won't be able to do the stuff I want to do. But at the same time, yeah, once you acknowledge to yourself that, oh, this is an opportunity to practice not being influenced by these kinds of things, of staying in control of your mind and directing your psychology in the way of where you're still in control and not losing it. So that's like, and that's a huge power. And once you feel that initial barrier is overcome, you feel that you're not actually being negatively influenced by this thing, then you start to feel good.
You're going to say good.
And the more and then you can actually drive it even further, and you will be amazing. Eventually, you'll feel amazing.
Yeah. And another thing you could do that I always talk about is, in some cases, you might not have, well, let's say the situation is really bad and you don't have much control over it, and you just feel those negative emotions, right? You're feeling angry that the internet's gone, or you're feeling sad. Another powerful thing that you can do in that moment is just to use that as a exercise for mindfulness, just to observe whatever you're feeling. Like, you might be feeling depressed, happy, whatever. Just observe the crap out of it. And even that in itself is valuable, because it's kind of like you're a scientist and you're observing through like a magnifying glass the human experience. And the more you observe it, the more you do that, the more power you have the next time. You start to identify the emotion a bit better. You start to understand it. And when it comes back around, you're like, oh, I remember this. Okay, yeah, this happened last time. No, that's not happening again. Like for me, a big one was anger. I used to get really angry really quickly, right? With different people and stuff, and finding out the little cues that I had before I burst out. And an interesting thing happened. At other times in the future, when I start getting angry, I'll just become aware of it. And the fact that I was aware of it made the anger go away. I was just like, oh, wait a second. That's that thing again.
You always just look at me and say good.
And to actually become more mindful in the present moment, as to dig deeper into the experience itself, and to actually see what is causing it what is causing you to feel in this way, and whether or not it has actually any meaning or any basis. Yeah. Because most of our feelings, they result from our emotions, which themselves come from the physiological state of our body and the experiences we have.
Yeah, you can't just trust your emotions at face value. You can't just take whatever you're feeling and just say, okay, this is what I'm feeling, I'm going to go with it. Sometimes when you do examine it, put underneath a magnifying glass of mindfulness, look at it with great scrutiny, you see that you kind of overreacted, or you're not really seeing all pieces of the puzzle, and that realization brings you back to your default state. I've noticed. So don't always just run with your emotions. If you're feeling angry, don't just stop punching the wall or whatever. Ow! Just try, see what's happening. If you're feeling sad, try, see what's happening.
That was an overreaction.
And that in itself is another fun game. So life is full of fun games that you can play, and the good thing about these games is they make you better.
That's true, yeah. But like we talked about emotional control and being able to control your mindset, do you believe in this ability that people have? Do you believe in free will?
That's a complicated question, that one. That's a complicated question. Well, this is what I think. This is my personal theory. I feel like we have free will to a degree. To a degree. It's like this. You don't really necessarily control your thoughts. Like, thoughts just come into your mind, and then you say, oh, okay, look, I had that thought, and you think that you thought that, right? Most of the time, we're not in conscious thought. A lot of the things that we think of are coming from the subconscious mind. We might see an object, and it reminds us of something in the past, and then we get an idea, and we think that we thought of it. Just our brain kind of using transistor actions just come up, like an algorithm, just come up with random shit. I feel like other things that appear in your consciousness, let's say you got 5 different options or 5 different things that appear in your mind, you have the choice to do A, B, C, D, or E out of the options that are in your mind, but you don't have a choice in what goes in your mind. So it's kind of like limited free will. So let's say someone's got schizophrenia, right? And for some reason they're really messed up and they get the weird idea to like go murder someone or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in their mind they didn't have any other option but to murder someone. That's the only option that was in their mind. But this is a freaking weird analogy here, but I'm gonna go with it. but when they get there, they might choose to do A, B, or C. Kill this person in A manner, B manner, or C manner. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like we have limited free will, but not really a holistic type of free will. How about you? What do you think?
I think something similar to you. Like we have free will. We can always choose to, you know, make a conscious decision based on our free will. But more often than not, we're simply being controlled by, you know, our sensory perception, different experiences, different states of mind, and definitely like preconceived genetic predispositions and so on.
Yeah.
They're like subconscious programs that are running, but once we become aware of them, then we can, you know, rise above them.
Yeah.
And Viktor Frankl also has this amazing quote about this. He says something like, "Everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way."
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
He's definitely, in my opinion, one of the epitomes of free will and this ability to rise above any circumstance. So his book is definitely one of those books every human being needs to read.
Needs to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
To simplify my analogy, Sim, to kind of make it a bit more digestible for people, I found a better way of explaining it. Okay, the free will example. Let's say you're playing a game of cards or something, and someone slides you 5 cards. You don't choose which cards they slide you. So we have free will in deciding, the 5 cards were given, I'm going to choose this card. But we don't choose the cards that we given to us. But if you expose yourself to more material through self-development, through reading philosophy, through meditation, you enhance the amount of cards you have. You enhance the options you have. So you do, in a sense, get a greater sense of free will because you have more options available to your mind as opposed to someone who's never looked at this stuff, who's never been shown this stuff.
Let's go team free will.
but what about things like willpower fatigue and ego depletion?
I'm glad you brought that up. It's something I've been looking at for the past couple of years. I've looked at lots of research papers on ego depletion and the studies and stuff. And recently I've been told that all those studies have been debunked. Like they've done the tests again and there's no coherent evidence. But I still believe in it, to be honest with you. I still believe in ego depletion to a degree. Like the average person, you have a hard day at work, you know, like your boss is giving you a tough time, you know, nothing's going your way. When you come home and someone irritates you, you're more likely to spaz out. That's the average person. But if you train your mentality, if you train your mind and get like the Joko Willink type mind, to get the Simulant type like mind, you're going to, that doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube and I'm really excited for it, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. You know what I mean? So I feel like ego depletion applies for the vast majority of people, but you can transcend it if you have the right mindset.
Right.
The more I hold the line, the stronger the hold is.
I think like it also makes it an excuse. You know, like if you think that your ego or if your willpower is gonna become depleted, you're gonna feel, you're gonna, you know, lose your control, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. And you make it an excuse, you know, like, oh, I've been already doing it. I've been already depleted my willpower, and it makes it an excuse to slip off in a sense. And and like you said, like you can always transcend it once you have the right mindset. And you know, Friedrich Nietzsche said as well, where there is a will, there is a way. Or not? No, he said something like, with a big enough of a why, any how becomes possible. Like if you have a reason to do something, if you actually want to hold true to a certain mindset, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long hours you've been working or what other obstacles you may come across.
I agree. The thing is, going back to what we were talking about earlier in this call, the human mind just wants to preserve you. It just wants to kind of like conserve energy. In the same way as, let's say you take someone who is not very active, physically active and stuff, and you tell them to run 1 kilometer, right? They're gonna be dying. Their heart's gonna be exploding in their chest. They're gonna be like holding onto their throat. It's gonna be very difficult for them to run that 1 kilometer. They probably won't do it. They'll tell you that they can't do it. But if you give them a big enough reason, it's okay, run 1 kilometer, don't stop. I know you haven't ran in 5 years, but run 1 kilometer, don't stop. At the end of the 1 kilometers, I'm gonna give you $1 billion. Here's the evidence. Do you think they're gonna stop? Do you do you think they're gonna stop? Like, no one's stopping. They're gonna run the 1 kilometers because the why is so huge. Like that, they're just thinking of the $1 billion, just running, not even feeling anything. So the human body, just like in the physical way, will mentally stop you when you're like 10% of your capacity.
Yeah.
So your capacity might be 100%. Maybe you can hustle for 3 days straight if you really need to, if you really have to, without taking a break. But you're going to get tired after 2 hours because it wants to conserve energy. So the trick is overcoming that barrier.
That's right. Yeah, like if you're in dire circumstances of sink or swim, then yeah, you're gonna make it happen, or else you're gonna or else you won't be able to survive. Like there are many stories of how people who are in these life or death situations, like car accidents or airplane crashes or something like that, they're gonna muster up this incredible strength, human strength, and they're gonna, you know, rescue themselves in a sense of, you know, I don't know, lifting up some bigger boulders or bigger logs, and you know, to save themselves or to save their child or something.
Yeah, and the good thing about the mind is we have a very powerful faculty, the human mind, in the sense that we can visualize things. A lot of the things that we visualize actually affect us from a physiological standpoint without even happening in the real world. Just think about when you have a thought like, let's say you can't find your wallet, and then you start thinking, oh crap, maybe I dropped it at the shops or something. Your heart skips a beat because you start thinking about, oh no, I have to cancel all these things. How am I going to pay? You actually feel that, right? Yeah. Even though it hasn't happened, you're just visualizing. So the visualization is a very powerful thing that you can do. So what I like to do is, if I have something I have to do, like maybe it's a university assignment or it's something I have to hustle on, I visualize very vividly that it's do or die. And your mind starts to believe it. Your conscious mind doesn't believe it, but your subconscious mind will believe it. And once that starts happening, you start having that energy we're talking about to push through that barrier.
Whatever your mind can conceive, then it can become in a reality as well, as long as you're willing to put in the right actions. So what are some like other strengthening exercises for your willpower? How do you make yourself more disciplined and to have an iron will?
Well, honestly, I think building your willpower is just like a habit. Like when you first start driving a car or riding a bike, everything is very conscious based and rigid, and it takes a lot of energy to get it going. But after a while, it becomes a faculty of the subconscious mind. It just becomes easy, automatic, right? So willpower is just simply the ability to not take your thoughts so seriously, right? Because whenever you're doing something that's worthwhile, what's naturally going to happen is you're going to start getting those thoughts that are like, oh, take a break now, or go to sleep, you know, take a rest. Everyone gets them. So what you need to do is to learn to identify that resistance and to completely disregard it, just completely shove it out of the way. And the more you can do that consciously say, okay, there's the resistance, I'm going to shove it out of the way. And if you keep doing it, after a while, it starts becoming habitual. And once it becomes habitual, that's when you're gold. And it's no longer a game of willpower. It's just a game of you just doing your things. And that's your default mode. You're just deflecting all these excuses, resistance. I used to be someone who used to give in to a lot of rationalizations, resistance. But once I started doing that, over time, I realized it became easy. Like people ask me, how are you doing that for 10 hours? How are you doing it for 12 hours? I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing to do. It's just, you just do it. Do it. So it's training. You build it up. There's a number of things you can do as well, though. Like there's physical things you can do, like cold showers. Like that's a good one. a very practical one, because it teaches you to kind of not take your mind so seriously. When you have to wake up in the morning, go and take the shower, turn it on cold, it's a very binary decision. It's yes or no. Are you going to do it, or are you going to bitch out today and not do it, right? So the more you can do that and you start conquering your own mind, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like there's a battle in your mind. It's you versus your mind. Once you start conquering it, not taking it so seriously, you start seeing all the games it plays, and you can overcome them much easier.
Free your mind.
Yeah, I think the key is to actually recognize or to project your internal resistance outward out of yourself, of not associating it as something that is inside you, that not associating it with the free will aspect of you, the one who is able to make the decisions despite any circumstances, but to start associating the feeling of resistance and the feeling of procrastination as something that is external to you, that is, you know, in a sense, is being projected onto you through these different experiences, through these different events that are happening to you. Because, for instance, let's take for an example of a person who is having a diet, who is trying to lose weight, and they get the urge to eat some donuts, and you know, they say to themselves, okay, I have the feeling that I want to eat some donuts, and I get the cravings, so I decide to, you know, take a short diet break. I've been doing enough work, and I'm gonna eat that one donut, and they're gonna consciously rationalize it as something that they decide to do based on their free will, that they decided to do it. But when you dig a little deeper, then you can find that the reason they got the craving or the urge to eat that donut came to them through the environment. You know, they sensed this smell of fresh bakery. They saw the visual images of these delicious donuts, and maybe, you know, someone else around them also ordered those donuts. Then you can't actually say that they made this decision based on their free will, because that decision was, you know, thrusted upon them from their environment. So the free will aspect of it would have been simply to, you know, disregard it and to actually see that it was external. That the decision was external to them.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way of looking at it.
Forbidden donut.
I've also heard about, you know, different willpower exercises done by the Spartans in ancient Greece, where where they would, you know, when the kids, young boys were training, then they would put some water into their mouth, and they would have to run an entire mile while holding the water in their mouth without swallowing it. So and you know, when they came back from the run after that 1 mile, then they would have to spit the water out into this bowl again. So and they actually measured how much water did they swallow, and, you know, based on that, they would, you know, either give some punishment or some additional exercise or something. So it's crazy.
Wow. Well, yeah. Well, you can definitely train yourself to build willpower. Personally, I've used the gym as an actual way to build my willpower. Like, I always tell people to do this particular exercise. You find, like, this isn't for muscle building, by the way. This is just purely for building willpower. You find an exercise that's relatively safe, right? So you probably shouldn't do this on squats or something like that. Like maybe just a machine or something, right? And you set a weight that you could do for maybe like 10 reps, 10 good reps, right? Let's say bicycle curls, you do 10 reps. And then you do 100. I'm gonna say you do 100 straight, but you don't stop until you get 100. Right. And what you find, I always do this. I always get people to do this, shoulder raises on different exercises. What you find is, at maybe 20 or 30, you feel like you can't do anymore. But if you can just convince yourself that you're going to do it, and the only way you're stopping is if you can't do it, you get to the 100 almost every time. You get to 100, and once you get to 100, you start thinking to yourself, wait a second, I just did 100 reps, and I've been stopping at 10. I've been stopping at 20. I've been playing myself this whole time. Well, I thought, yeah. So I took that mindset. Like, I was doing the gym to begin with, just different exercises, squats, all these exercises. I was doing it, and then when I transitioned over to doing work, like, you know, like schoolwork or hustling, I'll be doing work, and then I I start getting tired and want to take a break. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a break. And I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
It's still my set.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet. Like, am I at that point where I can't actually do meaningful work anymore? Am I at the point where I actually can't do it, or am I just giving in? Am I stopping at the 10 reps, right? And once you know those mental barriers you put on yourself, it's easier to just keep going than just to try it. And the funny thing is, once you keep going, you start to realize it's not even that bad. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the beginning that's like, so that's another exercise I do.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. You only actually start to strengthening your willpower in a situation where you're actually forced to use your willpower. For instance, let's imagine, yeah, you build some muscle to do 10 reps with the biceps curls, but to actually progress further, to actually strengthen that muscle, you need to be putting more stress on it. You need to train it harder, whether through increasing reps or the weights. And I also like to apply the same mindset when doing something like cognitive work, or trying to read, or trying to preserve my willpower. And for instance, whenever I start to feel tired, then I notice that, okay, this is a moment where my willpower is starting to get taxed. I only start to count when it's at 100, like Muhammad Ali said. So,
Yeah.
or he said, like, I only start counting when it gets painful. So that's the moment where that's the actual moment where you start to taxing or training your willpower. Before that, you're simply, going through the motions and greasing the groove in a sense. So yeah, whenever you do get tired, whenever you feel like, okay, I want to take a break, then it's also another opportunity to tell yourself, okay, this is another opportunity, another moment where I can actually train my willpower. And then it becomes enjoyable again, and you you regain your focus.
It goes back to what we were saying about like all these different games that you can play in life. The willpower one is definitely one. Like, and the good thing about it is it's become satisfying. One of the most satisfying feelings you could ever feel, I personally think, is when you exceed your own expectations. You think that you're going to get like this much done, and you end up doing that much. You're like, oh wow, I actually did a lot more than I thought I could, because it opens up your mind. It's like, wow, if I could do that, is that really my max? Is that really my potential? Of course, you can burn out. There are limits. There are times when you should, of course, take some time to rest and recover. You have to be smart about it. But I feel like as a society, we tend to cling too close or too much to comfort. It's okay sometimes to push yourself to the limits. Like what you do with your fasting. It's okay to fast for 3 days sometimes just to see what the hell happens. You're not going to die. It's okay to maybe hustle a little bit longer one day just to see if you can do it. Maybe like get 2 hours sleep. I'm not saying do it all the time, but it's okay to see those limits from time to time.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like definitely there has to be this balancing act of whenever you do push yourself further than you used to, then you need to recover as well to compensate for it. And one of the most important mindsets, or one of the most principles of life, is to avoid all absolutes. And what it means is that you should never want to create these absolute statements about yourself or your goals or your personality or your routines. Like I'll never skip a workout. I'll never skip a gym session. I'm always gonna be eating clean. I'm always gonna be eating keto, or I'm always gonna be doing my YouTube channel until the day I die because I set myself a goal and that's it. And like people like we have this kind of a semi-type A personality where we want to get things done, and we do stay disciplined, and we can push ourselves through the dirt quite easily. And the problem is that it becomes an absolute, and it can also blind us from our true purpose and the things that we actually need to do. So you have to like kind of avoid all the absolutes. And Aristotle also has like amazing quote for this. Like he said, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to entertain two conflicting thoughts at the same time. So what it basically means is that you have to be able to adopt this mindset of actually being able to push yourself through these kinds of barriers, to staying disciplined no matter what, and grinding your face off, while at the same time being mindful of how it affects your body. And whenever you do find yourself in this situation where you're forced to break your principles, or to break your routines, or to change your goals, then you accept it. You accept it because you can see past this initial
Yeah.
you can see past your ego, in a sense.
Yeah. That's 100% correct. I think that's similar to what Robert Greene says in the 48 Laws of Power. Assume formlessness,
Well, yeah.
or Bruce Lee, be like water.
That's
Avoid those absolutes. Yeah, that's very important, because I've seen a lot of people grind themselves to the death. You need to be cognizant, or be aware at the back of your mind of why you're doing this in the first place. I see too many people get caught up in the whole hustle mentality. They want to make more money. They want to get $20,000 a month, $30,000 a month, and they lose track of why they wanted to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
They lose track of what exactly they wanted. Yeah, they want more money so they can have a better life, but if you're hustling all the time, are you actually enjoying the money? If you're hustling all the time, like, I feel like human beings, it's very easy for us to kind of forget that life happens right now, like in the moment. It's very easy for us to get stuck in the past, thinking about what we did yesterday, or to think about tomorrow. Like for me, I spend a lot of time thinking about like the YouTube channel, growing it, hustling the future. But I always have to ground myself and coming back to the moment and saying, hey, hold on a minute. Remember, this is what life is. These moments here, this is life. There is no perfect day that's going to come where, you just arrive at this day and you're like, this is life. Like, this is it. So you need to be cognizant of that while you're hustling. Sure, you can hustle to push your limits, build your future and stuff, but remember that you're living in your life right now as well. It's kind of hard to explain.
Like Seneca, he's written his book on the shortness of life, where he talks about that, men, they don't live short lives, they simply waste it. And I feel like same as well, like that most people, they simply waste away their time and their life on doing these meaningless things that don't fulfill them, and that don't have actual greater significance either. So the key is to actually to work on something that you actually that you want to actually accomplish, and to work on something meaningful, while at the same time enjoying the process and enjoying the growth aspect of it as well.
It's kind of difficult too. That's the funny thing about the human mind. It's very difficult. I remember when I started off with my YouTube channel, I spent a lot of time making videos, and I eventually got to 100 subscribers, right? And I was so happy. I was like, yes, 100 subscribers. Yes, I did it. And the joy lasted for like a minute or two. I was like, oh, time to get 1,000. You know what I mean? So then I got 1,000 subscribers. Like, yeah, 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers. I did it. I was like, oh, 10,000. It's easy to get lost in the numbers, in the progress, and to not just kind of appreciate what you're doing now. It's kind of like a duality. You have to have that hustler mindset, the ability to grind and chase your dreams, but also you have to kind of at the same time be detached from it. At the same time be like, if it all goes to shit, if it all disappears, you're still okay because you're still alive, you're still like breathing, and be grateful for everything else. So it's a hard balance to achieve, but once you have that balance, everything flows a lot better, I found.
That's true, yeah. You have to see yourself as part of this bigger picture, and detach yourself from yourself and from your ego.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sam. Since you seem to be very into this whole nutrition thing, I've been looking at some stuff in regards to willpower, and some of the studies talk about glucose and how that's a big determinant of your willpower, just the amount of food you eat. Have you found any correlations with that, or?
It's definitely true that willpower fatigue, in my opinion, happens because the brain won't get access to enough energy, and when it does get it, then the first priority of your brain is to get enough energy and to preserve other metabolic processes and to promote the energy distribution across the entire body. So whenever it does come across this sort of a barrier, when it runs out of glucose in this example, then it's going to create an energy crisis. And because the majority of the fuel that it uses is glucose, carbohydrates, then it's going to create sugar cravings, and it's going to make you feel more tired than you actually should. But your brain doesn't need that much glucose actually. It needs about 120 grams of glucose per day, and to be honest, after you become keto adapted, after you switch into ketosis, then that amount of glucose gets drastically reduced, because ketones can provide up to 70% of your brain's fuel. So it means that if you become fully keto adapted after a few weeks, then you can cover almost like 100 grams of or let's say 70% of the brain's energy demands by ketones, and the remaining bit, which is maybe like 10 to 30 grams of glucose it may need per day, then that can also be covered by other processes, like the fat from your own adipose tissue and the fat from dietary intake that can be also converted into glucose through gluconeogenesis. So yeah, your brain definitely needs some glucose to function, but it can be covered in other ways other than just eating carbohydrates. And what I like about ketosis is that you become less dependent of those calories and of that glucose, because you will always have access to your own body fat. You will always have access to burning fat, and that's going to keep your brain satiated, and it's going to maintain these stable energy levels all day. So that's my willpower hack almost as well, of doing intermittent fasting and eating the ketogenic diet.
Damn, you're selling me on keto hard here, man. I've never done keto. I've done intermittent fasting. I won't get back on it. I've done that. I did it for like a year and a bit. Very good, especially not having to worry about food first thing in the morning, and just having a clear mind. I was drinking water and a little bit of lemon, and I enjoyed that.
That's definitely, you should try it. Yeah, like it keeps you sharp, and I also feel that you develop a different type of relationship with food. You don't have to worry about it. You don't actually crave anything either particularly. You simply feel satiated and nourished all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's talk about maybe some of your personal routines and these kinds of habits that you do every day to adopt or to maintain this kind of a mindset.
Oh yeah. One of the biggest things I do every day is I'm always consuming some sort of content that's related to self-improvement. It's not strictly self-improvement like self-help books per se. Sometimes it's psychology, sometimes it's evolutionary psychology, history. Occasionally, fiction can be beneficial as well. But I'm always consuming some sort of new material. And it's not just for my line of work, because I'm a content creator, so I always have to be reading up on the latest studies and newest topics. But just for my life, just because I strongly believe that you only need a few good ideas to change your life. Like, you only need a few good quotes from a book or something that just makes you click, and then all these different associations just join together, and you can completely change your life, whether that be your relationship with women or men, or whether that be your finances, your mindset of yourself. So I'm a devout student of personal growth, so I'm always looking at that. Meditation is one. I have not been doing that consistently lately, which has been bothering me. I need to get back on that. But when I did meditate consistently, that was definitely a big one. You just kind of get in a different zone. Things just don't bother you as much.
Yeah.
I remember I was driving, and there was some guy who cut me off or something and went to the roundabout and almost crashed into my car. And I was driving with a family, and everyone was just flipping out, really angry, really angry with this guy, really pissed off with this guy. I was just so chill. I'm just yeah, he probably didn't mean it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was near death experience, but I'm just
yeah.
At least I'm still alive. It just makes you so like immune to those reactions that you normally would get.
Yeah, like that's a very good word. Like you become immune to these things. You become less reactive and more proactive. You become less reactive to the external environment and to your own emotions as well, because you can, and your own thoughts. You begin to learn how to disassociate yourself from your thoughts and to actually see what causes them, to see what makes you, why do you feel in a particular way, and to you can see that you're full of shit almost all the time.
We both full of shit.
Yeah, like meditation is definitely something I've been trying to sell to a lot of my subscribers. I made like so many videos on it. I've been trying to sell it to everyone ever since I started getting into it. The problem is it's hard to sell to people. It's hard to tell them to do it because it looks like it's a waste of time. You know, like you're sitting there like breathing or whatever, or focusing on something. When the outsider who doesn't understand what's going on watches you, they're like, that's a waste of time. And to make things worse, it takes a bit of time to actually start seeing results. It's not like you meditate once, you start seeing results. You have to be consistent, and it's not the funnest thing to do a lot of the times. You know, can be very painful and strenuous for the brain. So those are huge barriers for a lot of people, but the people that stick with it, they see incredible benefits. It might be easily my top 3 habits. If I had to keep 3 habits, meditation is definitely the top 3 habits because it can change your game. It can change a lot of things up. So those are 2 things I do. I listen to podcasts a lot, but I guess that kind of ties in with the self-improvement audiobooks. To the gym most days of the week. I like doing strength training, like powerlifting type, big compound exercises. I like the idea of challenging my body to push heavier weights, because I feel like that's just as much of a mental game as everything else we've been talking about. When you go to a squat rack and there's 3 or 4 20s or big plates on the sides, and you're thinking, can I do that? Like, can I do that?
Yeah.
And you have to do it. It's one of the more primal things. I don't feel right when I skip a week or 2 without working out. I just don't feel right. And I've been doing it for about 6 years now. And the longest I've taken off was, I think, 2 weeks.
Have you heard of Corey Gregory's Squat Everyday program?
I've heard of the program. I haven't done the exact program, but I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm currently squatting every day.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in the sense that it makes sense that if you want to get good at something, then you would have to be doing it every day. So what he prescribes is doing heavy back squats every day, and a lot of people have been seeing some great results from it. I did it for maybe a month. Like a year ago, and I definitely saw massive gains in my legs and in back squat strength as well. So you get used to it. You get used to it once you program it correctly without overtaxing or overstimulating your nervous system. But it works.
Yeah, your body's very adaptive and mental is very adaptive.
That's right. Yeah. But what are like some of the you mentioned these books and self-development podcast. What are like your favorite books about mindset and this?
Oh, okay.
Or you said that you found these great nuggets that completely changed your life. You need to have only a few ideas to change your life completely. Like, what are some of the books that you would recommend to people to have these kinds of ideas?
Yeah. In terms of Stoicism, the classics are good, but usually I direct people to something that's a bit more modern so that they can kind of get a modern take on it and understand it before they move over to the classics. Because if I tell someone right now to go read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, chances are they'll get bored. They won't really understand what's going on. But if I tell them to read The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday, it kind of is an entry-level Stoicism book. So that's a good book for people to get into Stoicism. The Slight Edge is a really good book by Jeff Olson, in terms of just understanding how all the small actions you make throughout your day are compounded over time and actually matter. Because a lot of times we think that, I'll do this and it won't matter. I'll do this one time. I'll eat the cupcake. But when you take these actions and you leverage them with time, they create some huge results. So that book is really good for that. I actually did a video on that on my channel lately. Shameless plug. I like the new Psycho-Cybernetics. I forgot who wrote that, but that's a really good book for the subconscious mind and self-image, which is very foundational, very fundamental. It's something else we could probably talk about for like 3 hours, but we'll skip that for today. What else do I like? In the hustle mindset, I like this book here, Relentless, by Tim Grover. It's actually a book about basketball, about a coach who coached Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and D Wade, all these high-level elite basketball players, and it kind of gets you into the mind of a super athlete, super elite athlete. And the interesting thing about that is the mindsets that they have are kind of the same mindsets you need for any area in life where you want to get to the highest level. So that book is very good. And 50th Law, anything but Robert Greene.
Nice.
50th Law, 48 Laws of Power. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to pull out my bookshelf here. Yeah, those are the big books. At the top of my head right now, there's probably like a million more, but those are the ones that I'm thinking of right now.
Nice. Yeah, like the books you read and the ideas you consume, they're gonna reflect back at you in a sense of how your mind is going to become developed. So it's very important. You have to pay like very close attention to what ideas you get exposed to, and what books you read as well.
Yeah, I also have to tell people, this is a cautionary thing. When you're reading a book like The 48 Laws of Power or something like that, you're not going to internalize everything in the book the first time you read it. You might not even internalize 80% of it. You might just like read over it, just comes in, goes out. But what I've noticed is a lot of times you only need 5% of the book or 2%. You might just remember one line, but that's enough to change something in your life. Like you might remember one line and it ties in with another idea or some event that happens in your life, and that's enough. So it's important to kind of immerse yourself in these books, just kind of go through them. I'm not saying to just read them for the sake of reading them, but things that are fitting to your life circumstance. Try to get as much of that information, that as long as you can digest it in your life, because you never know when it's going to come back to you and you're going to need it and use it and be grateful that you read that book. It's going to always come back from the least likely book too.
That's true, yeah. And you can also find all of the book reviews on your YouTube channel as well, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got lots of those on there. I got lots of content up there.
Nice. So we're also starting to reach the end of the show, and I'm going to ask you one of my last questions, which would be, what advice or what habit would you wish that you had adopted earlier that improved your body and mind?
If I started meditating at 5 years old, Sim, I'll be king of the world right now. I just tell you, meditation number one, because that kind of improves everything else we've been talking about in this show. Improves your willpower, improves your ability to resist urges, just by understanding that you are not your mind, right? You're not your thoughts. You're something. I'm getting a bit esoteric here, a bit spiritual, but you're something else that's not exactly your thoughts. Sure, you experience your thoughts, they arise in consciousness, but you're not them because you're able to see them, you're able to perceive them. So once you can figure out what you are, or understand that there is a duality or a trinity, some happening up there in your mind or wherever, you start having the ability to make more insightful choices or make decisions from a different place. And that's very impactful.
That's true, yeah. Meditation is a meta skill. And where can people learn more about you and your work?
The easiest place to go is the Realized Man YouTube channel. I've also got a blog. I don't post this frequently on there, and a Facebook group, but the YouTube channel is where I'm going to be posting most frequently.
Definitely. A ton of awesome videos on there on all of these topics we discussed, and how to, dominate your psychology.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but thanks, Isaac, for coming on the show. Really enjoyed talking with you, and I'll definitely looking forward to your future projects as well.
It's been an honor, man. I'm so happy that I've come on the show. We have to make it again happen sometime in the future, Sim.
Definitely.
All right, it's been great.
Definitely.
And thanks again, man. Stay empowered.
Yeah, stay empowered. I'll see you next time. Alright, that's it for this episode. Make sure you leave us a review on iTunes and other social media platforms. And other than that, subscribe, click the like, notification bell as well, like always. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. So everybody, we're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do though when you're dealing with difficult people is to first of all make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder, not because a person has been involved in the project or around the project, or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards, and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them. And so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it. And so now you come to change it and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and then for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years, I've been working here for so long, and now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, you know, they have mortgage problems. I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration. And so you don't know who you're going to get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process, and they know when things change, people get let go, people's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues, and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, you know, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah, sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you try to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way? So you have to be skillful too, to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just, you know, give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples. If you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role, doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. You know, that's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, You just have to up your illustration skills. You have to, or you have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to like grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, like find out, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, like did they win an award last year for being, head of the, football committee or something? Were they like active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? Like what is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. Hey, we're going for lunch. Would you like to come? I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch. You're eating. You're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions, and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're gonna have to find a way to get it. You just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. This is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D. And then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them. And it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities. Now what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, like, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. Like you ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do, and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? Like, it's just information overload. And typically these people are, like, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify. Stop them and clarify. And God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. So again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this, all this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this again is very typical with clients. When the client is a stakeholder where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline, and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1. I want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, we're not going to be able to work magic here. This is not a magician show. But so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest. Then, so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. And always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company, or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting the need and meeting at least the MVP that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs, and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team. So you have to work with whatever parameters are available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this. Around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom, and he says, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says, no, go to John. John says, no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. that is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask them a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. You know, and this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So, like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like. So they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care. And they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So, you know, you will get attitude like that, and sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. You know, I would, you know, just reschedule a session or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and, you know, kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world, right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need. But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem, and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult they're just going to give up and be like, I don't want to deal with them. I don't. But, you know, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, you have to put on a smile and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, carolise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Carolise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World Business Analysis.
So sometimes people will ask, why, let's say I give a profound meditation on the nature of self, and people are really rested in the nature of self. And that's fantastic, it's great. They feel this peace. They're starting to sort of move towards the edge of the mind begins to be transparent, and there's this sort of oceanic sense of peace that begins to infiltrate their experience. So it's anything along the lines of the resting practice, the practice of abiding as the self, and sort of ignoring the thoughts that come and go. which has a distinct flavor to it from doing the work in the way of investigation, empowerment, actualization, clarification of self. Right? That feels like it's more active in a way, like it engages the faculty of mind. A more active version of intelligence is being used. One of the reasons I continue to address that, at least to some extent, depending a little bit on the theme and the context of the setting or the session, is because I understand that in a lot of cases, the resting as source can and wants to authentically be empowered and accelerated, which generally is aided greatly. The pursuit of becoming the creator is created greatly also in the training of the will, which again requires the clarification of self as a foundational quality or a foundational practice. You follow me so far? So what I'm saying is that application of will, like I said earlier, requires that the foundation is clear. If the foundation, if the cement that is laid before a building is built, is not according to the blueprint specifications, the blueprint in this case being the truth, / the calling, / what is true for you, why are you here, what created you. So if the cement that is laid and the pillars that are put in place are not according to specifications, and then the rest of the building is built on top of that, and the decorations and the expensive furniture and all that, but it's not earthquake proof, then you're, in a sense, wasting your time and energy building a distorted direction towards source that is going to have hiccups later on, if you will. That's again why we always return to clarification of self, which you could simply summarize as self-honesty, self-knowledge, and acceptance. Knowledge and acceptance combined is authenticity or self-honesty. Clarification of self, that's what I mean by that. So that the foundation is clarified, it's backed up by the blueprint, and the distortions are purified. The cement is nice and even, and it is laid out according to the dimensions of the blueprint. Now, there's a solid foundation. So now when we apply the will of the adept, the will of the eager student, the will of the yogi, if you will, the will of the true spiritual aspirant who's seeking for the creator, to become the creator, and throughout their journey of becoming the creator, they're looking to be of service, to apply their knowledge of the creator to the rest of its creation. They understand this unity. They understand that teaching is learning, learning is teaching. They understand that actualization is realization, and realization is actualization. So why do we not only do the resting? Why do we return again to the more active part, the more investigative flavor? Why do we return to that? It seems like it's just mind. And in a way it is. It's true, it is mind. It uses the active faculty of intelligence applied to form, subject-object experience. It's what is generated by that, right? Whereas if you're resting, the subject-object edginess starts to soften and soften and soften, and you feel like you become more of the creator, which, relatively speaking, it's true, that's what's occurring. You're remembering self, and you're resting in self. If you take someone that's not very actualized, who hasn't trained their will and their concentration, and haven't applied themselves willfully with devotion and surrender and sacrifice to a goal in life, if they haven't ever learned to do that, the power with which they can rest is diminished compared to the entity who has applied themselves over and over and over again, breaking through barriers of self-nonsense. So application of will, application of will, application of contemplation, application of investigation, application of devotion, application of dedication, application of effort, application. Someone like that, whenever something comes their way, they can solve that. And they can apply that also in the ways of resting, in the way of penetrating the veil. Someone who hasn't done that, who comes from a more lethargic background, who comes from a more quote-unquote lazy background, a more scattered, random background, where there's been less application of will, there's been less dedication to a particular direction in life. There's been more sort of fluttering around, letting life kind of take you here and there, not really knowing why you have the friends that you have or why you do the job that you do. If there's no direction of will, and someone comes to teaching like restless awareness, I'm not saying it cannot cause a lot of breakthrough and it cannot go profound and take you all the way. I'm not saying that's not possible. But I am saying it's very improbable, and it is slowed down significantly from the entity who also trains to apply their will for the proper cause. A cause that's in alignment with the realization of the Creator, the awakening of the Creator to itself. Compare this to, say the goal is for a water droplet to merge in the ocean. Water droplet falls in the mountains, it merges with other droplets, it starts to generate a little bit of momentum because of the gravity, and it starts rolling downhill, and it becomes a little stream. This is you, a little stream of water, knowing that somehow where you come from is ocean, knowing that somehow, someday, what you'll return to is the full experience of being ocean, being fully merged and blended and reunified, so to speak, with ocean. That's this sense that we all have, this inevitable gravitational understanding of what draws us in. Every time we rest this awareness, it's almost like the stream stops for a bit and starts to form a little puddle, mimicking the ocean. It's like forms a little lake. If you just stay there and you never return to reapplying the will and concentrating yourself back into penetrative stream, you're not actually reaching closer to the ocean. You're having a subtle mental container. If you don't have that power to penetrate, then the resting as awareness part, unless application is completely devoted to that, then you can build concentration and application without any of the symbols of goals and challenges and relationships and all that. You could just apply it, at least hypothetically, you could just apply the will to deepen in self and get the same effects, get the same acceleration and crystallization, amass the same amount of free will in that way. You could do that too. But given the nature of our daily interactions, given the nature of the purposeful timing of our transformation here at this point, at this planet, and how many of us have a blueprint that dictates something wanting to be shared, expressed, and accelerated in others as well, wanting to be learned and realized through interaction with other selves. Given that that's the nature of many of you guys' blueprint in this incarnation, you're going to be drawn out into the worldly experience almost inevitably, repeatedly, daily, no? So since that's the case, is that the case for most of you? There's going to be some aspect, some element of applying yourself to a particular direction, a goal, an experience, a relationship, a business, a company, a project, growth, exploring creation. There's going to be some degree of fascination with that, right? It's going to be very, very unrealistic to say that that's not going to happen anymore, and you're going to live the life of a sadhu. Total renunciation, where the entire will is now applied to meditation only, correct? It's improbable that that's true. No? Given the nature of your blueprint, and given the nature of your condition, and given the nature of your excitement and orientation, we have to teach ourselves this capacity also in action in service to others, in engagement with the illusion. That's why I clarify the nature of the illusion, so you can understand the nature of the illusion while you are bound to, at least to some degree, interact and engage with that illusion as if it is real or as if it is relevant. Does that make sense? Since that's the case, since that's something that's given, if I were to teach only resting as awareness right now, and maybe I will someday, but then maybe I'll point people back to the earlier work that I've done. But at this point, using this group as an example and the content of the retreat as it's been going back and forth during this event, just want you to understand some of the reasons why that's the case, and why that's important, and why it's not contradictory but complementary. It's because that lake, that peaceful little undisturbed lake, in order to actually become the ocean, needs to proceed in its journey towards the ocean. It can't just mimic the ocean. You want the individuation to actually dissolve into the ocean, not just to think about it as a concept of oneness and to be a peaceful individual thinking of oneness. That's different than becoming the one infinite creation and finally the one absolute, the source of the manifestation of awareness, love, light, bliss. So it's like that. We rest, we become ocean-like. We get a taste of what it's like to be the ocean, and then we merge and we blend and we gather more energy. We amass more free will. We join up with others. Our stream becomes larger, more powerful. It cuts through greater canyons. And then again, it opens up into a larger body of water. And the restfulness and the stability and the peace and being like the Creator when we're resting as awareness becomes larger and larger. And the sense, the feeling, if you will, or rather the, for lack of a better word, the flavor of resting as awareness or resting as God begins to be more potent. You can begin to sense the body of water, the amassing of spiritual power, free will, is growing. It's increasing in potency, in crystallization, in polarization, in energization. But the more you rest and the more you apply yourself and the more you surrender at the end of a journey of application and challenge and breakthrough, and then you remember, I rest, I surrender it all back to God, and the body of water grows. And the experience and the juice and the love and the bliss that you tap into, the well that you tap into when you rest after a journey of application of will, the surrender now is that much more potent. It becomes more explosive, more like a big bang of release. And the appreciation of resting increases because of the intensity of the journey having increased, the amassing of free will having increased. So now when you surrender, it's a more powerful surrender. It's a more powerful mimicking of the Creator. It's a more powerful blending with the Creator. Because you now have the capacity to take all this free will and accumulate more of the illusion of the individual self, more of your energy, and surrender all of that to the Creator and purify all of that with the Creator. That's why the stream of love and bliss increases the more you practice, the more you rest, and the more you actualize yourself as well. The more you prioritize and apply the will. This is why they're complementary. You'll have moods and modes and periods and phases where the emphasis is on studying self-realization type of work, where you just immerse yourself in that type of retreat, which is what, for example, the Sedona experiment was more focused on, more exclusively. And so you use these types of sessions and videos or courses from the Academy, and you apply that work. You apply yourself to surrender. And then there's phases where there's an excitement, an inspiration. Something draws you out into an experiential, engaged mode of operating. And then you apply the will and everything you've learned to live more sourcefully, more truthfully, in a more clarified, purified state. Applying yourself, purifying your intentions for the greater good of all. Identifying with the greater good of all, which equals the vision. When I say become the vision, it equals become the greater good of all. Become the hidden desire in the hearts of all men, all of mankind. Hidden desire combined is the greatest benefit. Again, you can either be of service or catering to people's opinions and preferences, or very different, you can apply yourself to be of service to their greatest, highest good, which they often don't have conscious knowledge of what that is. So you'll be an enigma. Your priority is no longer the personal self. You're becoming a shepherd. You're applying your will for the greater good, the right cause, the right direction, and you're accumulating spiritual mass. You're advancing rapidly towards becoming more of the one infinite creator. And then intermittently, you rest this awareness. You begin to bring forth that simultaneous awareness that you're actually in truth already the ocean in the form of a droplet, or in the form of a river, or in the form of a body of water, or in the form of a raging river. You will recognize the oceanness, the source, while you're applying your will in terms of actualization, or crystallization, or polarization, or energization. So the simultaneity also grows. The stream of peaceful bliss is now also experienced in terms of raging justice, or Shiva-like penetration of delusion, or devoting yourself completely to a cause. It becomes more and more the same thing, whether in action or seemingly only reflective of the sourceful nature of it. You start to feel different about what you are. You no longer feel so much you're the body, you more feel like you're a stream of liquid gold. The flavor of your very own presence, consciousness, will start to more and more take on a blissful flavor, a blissful depth. The Creator will become more present in it. The density of sentience of God, the Creator, increases in you, as you. That's what you're doing. Every time you choose devotion over slacking, anytime you choose to apply yourself, whether it is to resting or to crystallizing yourself or making a change, making a difference in the illusion, every time you're purifying yourself, you're shedding all the false alloys out of your system, and you're harnessing the power of the Creator through the application of will. Free will is the original energy of the Creator. You're becoming more identified as the energy of the Creator and less as any of the labels or partial manifestations. If you're not clarifying the self, you can't have free will. You're just conditioned, and you have preferences based on your conditioning. That's not the same as intuitively and directly being in communion with the intelligence of the Creator and being able to discern what's benevolent, what's beneficial, and what is not, and then to apply oneself to that according to one's own free will, one's own assessment, unfazed by feelings and emotions and preferences. Being able to do the right thing. In very human terms, you could say it's very similar to just fucking do the right thing, even if you completely feel like not doing it. Don't be a jackass, don't be a jerk, don't be a liar when you know it's not the right thing to do. I don't care if you're uncomfortable about telling the truth. Just tell that person the truth. Very human example of purifying the gold that you are. Maybe a situation and you're afraid to tell the truth, but you know it's the right thing to do. Devotion over fear. Application of will, crystallization, purification of self. Apply yourself to the just, to the right cause. Now on a less humanized level, it's to be devoted to seek the Creator rather than to seek more thoughts, more emotions, more pleasure, less pain, to become less biased, to become less emotionally charged about things, to have less of a predefined set of definitions and meanings given to experiences, but to be in that fresh, sourceful space of communion and intelligent resonance with the Creator, and from that free will where you're not disturbed by your own preferences and your own wants and your own unclarified, distorted foundation, which is not natural. Just because you're lazy and that's what you like to choose because it's comfortable and familiar to you, doesn't mean it's your natural self. Stop defending your impurities as simply being yourself. You must apply yourself to the purity, to the truth within. Wherever you're at is wherever you're at. And all you need to worry about is the next step for you. I'm just giving you a bigger picture overview of the spiritual evolution as it evolves on a universal level.
Well, most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day.
Welcome to the Siemland podcast. I'm your host Siemland, and our guest today is Menno Henselmans. Menno is an online physique coach, researcher, entrepreneur, and bodybuilder. This is a 2-part podcast, and this is the second part in which we talk about Menno's new book called The Science of Self-Control. This episode is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is a healthy version of all the unhealthy cereal you loved as a child. It's very high in protein, low carbs, 0 grams of sugar, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, and with only natural flavors. The main ingredient is actually whey protein. There are many different versions of the nostalgic flavors such as frosted, fruity, cocoa, and peanut butter. My favorite one is the cocoa. They actually taste better than the original formulations with more crunchiness. Magic Spoon cereal gives you 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving. If you want to try out Magic Spoon, then head over to magicspoon.com/seam and use the code SIIM to get $5 off any order. Magic Spoon is so confident in the product that it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they're gonna refund your money, no questions asked. So head over to magicspoon.com/seam and use the code SIIM to save $5 off your order.
So your new book, The Science of Self-Control. So, given I think most people would expect like a more bodybuilding type book about, like training per se. So you actually came out with more like a mindset or mental side book. What made you decide that?
Yeah, I studied behavioral economics, which is in large part behavioral psychology. So that's something I'd always been interested in, and I have a strong academic background in. And I always found it difficult to implement these things for a few reasons into my writings, especially on Facebook and Instagram, because for many of these things, you first need to lay a foundation of how the human mind works. And if you don't have that in place, then it's very difficult to discuss anything, especially on social media. And this book basically made me get all of the things that I accumulated for a very long time, put them together, and then mix them with more new information and publish that. So that's, I think, the main drive of how it's gone. It's just a much better way to tell the whole story without confusing people. And there's also research, by the way, from psychology. Psychology is one of those things, just like nutrition, that everybody has a strong opinion about, even if they have very little knowledge on the topic, and no formal training or no actual research on the topic, because it seems so intuitive. And there's an actual effect that's also been studied in psychology, which says or shows that when people are told the outcome of a psychological study, they almost always go like, oh yeah, duh, yeah, it makes perfect sense. And when you ask them in advance to predict what people would do in a study, then people really cannot tell well. So that was also why I've been hesitant to publish much about psychology and stuff, because it's like people always think, oh yeah, of course. And people always also think that because it's a more soft science, psychology, compared to a beta, harder science, like exercise physiology, people think it's subjective, but it is an empirical science. So there are a lot of things where you say, sure, for example, beauty standards. Beauty is subjective, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There's no such thing as objective beauty. Well, there are actually a few indicators that are consistent across cultures, lifespan, decades of research, such as waist to hip ratio in women. These things, have an evolutionary basis. And even though, of course, they vary per individual, it's not like it's just up for grabs. You know, everyone has their own opinion, and there's no trend to be found. There's actually a very strong trend, and we can predict quite well. For example, if we show a picture of a certain person, then science could predict quite well what the average rating of various bodily features of that person would be with reasonable accuracy, at least on a group level. So yeah, that's a lot of reasons why I chose to keep the psychology to myself until I got it all out.
Nice. Yeah, you mentioned that, you know, there's this misconception about willpower being a muscle. So can you clarify that? I think that's about the main, most often people have idea of as willpower.
Yes, many people think that because of the original Roy Baumeister model, willpower is sort of like a fat. It's like in your brain, this is the willpower fat, and when you use it, you use some, and then when it's empty, you are screwed. And it seems to work a bit like that because, like I said, the anterior cingulate cortex is actually monitoring your happiness. So the fat is sort of your happiness level. But the crucial difference is that when you know that it's happiness that's driving the, or that's the limitation, that means A, there is no actual physical limitation. So if you're motivated to do something, and everyone can experience this for themselves, when they're doing something they love, you can keep doing it for a very long time, much longer than if you're filing your taxes. I mean, allegedly there are people that make taxes their employment and they like it, but I think for most people they don't like filing taxes. So you're gonna have a hard time sticking to that and keeping your concentration, right? And that is a general finding that basically means that the Baumeister model is wrong, that motivation strongly modulates the effect of task fatigue. And there appears to be essentially no task fatigue when people are highly motivated to do something. And there are a few more findings like that. And like I said, the carb rinsing studies are also a strong line of evidence showing that, because in the Baumeister model, they thought it was glucose that was sort of the willpower fat. And then they showed, well, you do get the replenishment, but without the actual glucose consumption. So it's probably not a metabolic effect.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people, like if they're super motivated to do something, then it doesn't feel tiring. Or if you love what you do, like work or other things, then you can do it for hours without getting tired. Whereas like if you do something that you hate, like, you know, even in school, like I remember when I was in like high school or whatever, then, you know, reading was super boring or super difficult. But then now if I'm reading like papers, I can read papers for like hours and hours about any kind of study. So it does. Yeah, like that's very depends on like the motivation level and like that kind of thing.
Definitely. And another big finding, which also has strong practical implications, is that fatigue is incredibly task specific. So when you're reading a certain book that you don't like, then you get really fed up with that, and your brain is essentially seeking for things that provide more instant gratification. Like it's literally, if you put someone in cognitive neuroscientific scanners for this, and even, well, let's leave that for now. Let's say you scan someone's brain, you can actually see that it lights up the reward pathways more when you show them things like a dollar sign or food. Like the brain is literally sensitized. It's like looking for something, anything that makes us feel better right now, because what we're doing now is not doing the job. And that means that you can also prevent willpower failure very effectively by switching up your tasks and taking breaks. It's probably one of the biggest overall recommendations of my book is that most people work too much. They take too few breaks and they just try to keep pushing on. And that's very much ingrained in our society with the 8-hour workday. And you really see the effect of that, where most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day. In some surveys, I think it's 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes or something. So if you have your average employee, you pay them 8 hours a day, but they only work 2.5 actual hours. And that's because you keep them locked up in a cubicle, forcing them to work. Whereas if you give them more freedom, you allow them to switch their tasks, they can actually get the same job done or even more, much more efficiently with less time investment.
Right. So the key is to initially find what you like to do, but if you can't, if you aren't able to do that, like you're supposed to do your taxes or whatever that you hate, or something else, or studying in school that you need to do, like what are some of the tips to increase self-control and willpower there?
A few things you can do are to get familiar with the feeling of mental fatigue and stop working when you get that feeling, and then implement some pleasurable break activity. Anything that makes you feel better. Research has found that prayer, cold showers, watching a series, like literally pretty much anything that just makes you feel better or that takes your mind off things. And I found that video games are actually incredibly effective because they are designed to be very immersive. They're a bit like meditation in the sense that they're even more effective than meditation, because with meditation you have to actively sort of empty your mind yourself by focusing. The video game does it for you. It's designed to get your full maximum attention. You don't even notice there are other people in the room and stuff. And then just in 20 minutes, if you stop, you don't need, very important, you don't need a non-addictive kind of video game. Then you stop and you can get to work again, and it's like your mind is reset, like you've cleaned your cache in the computer analogy.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that's like a slippery slope as well, that you can get stuck into the other end, that you like watch an entire like season of a TV series or play like 3 hours or whatever. So I think
you need delineated breaks.
Yeah, you need to know your weaknesses as well, and maybe put in some like structure or boundaries to those activities as well.
Yes, and select them so that, for example, you watch a series that's only 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You can use alarms like that. Then there is still some willpower involved. Of course, there's no magic. There's no magic trick. But in my book, I do go into a lot of actual practical things that work and have been found in scientific research to work, that make things easier, and at the minimum can get you the same work done in a lot less time.
Given we're still on the topic of nutrition and things, so dieting actually is very difficult for a lot of people from the mental side, especially like even not from the physical side. So like avoiding temptations and having the self-control to not eat the cookie and things like that. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, I go into that in a lot of detail as well. And avoiding temptations is a big one. And you already basically touch on the key principle here, and that's to avoid them. Research has found that the people with the most self-control actually use it the least. And being successful for most people is not a matter of relying on your self-control and discipline. And I think that's a crucial failure of the idea that willpower is like a muscle. The implication of that would be that you need to train it. Well, look at anyone that's dieted and just look at how successful they become over time. If willpower was like a muscle, you should get better at it over time. People do not get better at dieting if they do not receive the proper instructions. They relapse, they regain all the weight, and over time they just get fatter most of the time. So if you compare that with what happens when you train a muscle, it gets stronger. Even if you don't do it well, at least you get some results. But that's not at all what happens. In reality, you should do the opposite. You should know that even if you have strong willpower, you should rely on it as little as possible. Because even if you can rely on it, it's unpleasant. Relying on willpower is inherently an unpleasant thing. It literally makes your brain reduce your level of positive affect. So you should avoid temptation as much as possible, like not having food visible, not buying things that you don't want to eat. There are loads of ways that you can make your diet, staying very satiated. That's another big part of the book, like how you optimize your appetite control. It's just really important not to have to use it too much, basically.
Right. Yeah. And does that mean like, how do you not use it? Let's say if you're sitting in front of a cake, then you can't not use it. You have to use it to not eat the cake.
Yeah. So if you're sitting in front of a cake, there are actually a few things that you can still do that research has looked at. You can implement what's called episodic future thinking. that means that you're imagining what your next meal is going to be, and that basically makes the comparison more salient in your brain. So it makes you realize, okay, now I could eat the cake. Another thing that you can do, and you can combine it with this, is thinking of the energy density of whatever you're going to eat. That's a good habit to get for doing. Like, how many calories per 100 grams does this have? With a cake, it's probably 400 to 600. And you think, okay, I could have one slice of the cake. I still won't be full. And that's, say, 400 to 600 calories. Or I could wait a bit now, and in 2 hours, I'm home, and then I have this nice pasta dish or whatever ketogenic bowl with meat and veggies prepared. And low calorie allows me to stick to my diet. It's healthy. I also like eating that. I just wait 2 hours. And when you think of it that way, you can make a much more rational choice. Effectively, what it does is it engages your system too, a more rational part of your brain. And that allows you to make the decision much more consciously. Another few things you can do are you can literally push the cake away. This serves as a psychological affirmation of rejection, and actually can help you not consume it. You can also verbally commit to not eating it, because in social groups in particular, many people are hesitant, and that doesn't work. You have to be firm with your beliefs, and even if you're not necessarily convincing others, which you can, which is also very effective, then you have to very firmly show that these are your beliefs. I'm not a person that eats cake. Because if you're like, yeah, no, or you make up some lame excuse like, yeah, no, I'm feeling a bit nauseous, then they're gonna be like, have a piece, have a piece.
Yeah.
And at some point you're gonna succumb, and then other people also know you're weak. And if they keep pushing, then you're gonna eat the cake, and it makes them feel better about themselves for also eating the cake. So you're gonna be in this vicious cycle where a lot of people actually don't want to eat the cake, but everyone's doing it because it makes everyone feel less bad.
Yeah.
Whereas if there was one person that stood up and said, look, guys, why do we have all this crap in the office? Shall we just eat a little healthier? Or about we have some options, for people that want to eat healthier. Then you can actually convince others to maybe join you in living a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah. It's like, these different social dynamics at play in a group setting where usually there's this, like collective, let's say, group decision of, that's we do eat cake or we don't, or we're like a healthy group. And what determines that is, like someone has to take the initiative, or a lot of times people, like just succumb to the standards of the collective, thinking that this is what this group is representing. But if there is someone who raises or changes those standards, then the entire group will change as well, their behavior too. So it's a very social dynamics.
It's interesting that a fun tangent fact about this: in current political discussions, research shows that nobody, not a single political group, feels confident about voicing their beliefs publicly, except the far left.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
And that's, I think, very visible. But the result of that is that a lot of people actually even voice opinions that they don't fully agree with, or just you never hear from them, and you only hear from a tiny minority of people that are very vocal about political issues. And this often also leads to bipartisanship with the far right and far left, and makes it think like those are the only people in the world, where in reality there's a big center. And it's the same with nutrition and dieting at the office. You're not the only person. If you're like in the middle that wants to eat a bit healthier, but also maybe not be super strict, then there are a lot of people like you. But if everyone's silent because there's one person that's like, everyone cake, what are you, fat shaming? Then it's going to result in a lot of people actually doing something they don't like, even though that might be the majority opinion.
Yeah. I want to ask a question, like, what is, from a self-control perspective, like, which is more difficult, to say no to the entire cake, or just eat one piece and not eat the rest of it, or or take one bite even just out of the cake and not take any more? So what do you think is more difficult from the self-control perspective?
I think stopping is actually more difficult.
Right.
So for most people, it's easier not to eat it at all, because once you've had the taste, you want more. And it doesn't satiate. That's the issue. Like, if you eat something that won't satiate you, it's like you're just tormenting yourself, because now you know how good it tastes and you started eating. And it's also easy if you don't have clear boundaries for yourself, you're constantly having to rely on will control. Whereas if you do have clear boundaries, then you can also make it a habit, right? At some point, if I get offered a cake, there's very little self-control required because I'm not even actually considering eating the cake. Like I just automatically reject.
Yeah.
And when you get to that level, you can, with that habit formation, then there is no self-control anymore at all, ideally. And if you're always deciding whether you're going to have 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, then you always have to rely on self-control. And every bite you have to reevaluate. And every bite you get weaker because you get more and more depleted. And at some point you get the screw bit effect where you're just like, I'll have the whole cake, whatever.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, like just avoiding is actually much easier because you're like, once you are in the role or like the momentum is on your side, then it's very easy to like stick to your diet. Is more often than not people, go off the rails completely if they like have an accidental cheat meal or whatever, and then they go off like the rails completely, like rebounding from that. But it's very relatively easy if you get into the groove of it after a while. Any tips on like getting back on track? Like if you lost your self-control completely, and how do you get back on track?
The most important thing is to not to think of yourself as a failure. It's a skill. So you messed up, and that's normal because dieting is a skill that you need to learn. It takes a lot of experience. You need to think of failure as a learning experience, as feedback. It's like it's information. Like this allows you to get better. And the most important thing is just to reflect, think, why did I mess up? Why did I overeat? Why did I have that cake? And then, for example, you may think, because I skipped lunch. Okay, lesson learned. Don't go into scenarios where you're going to be tempted with social eating events when you're hungry. And then reflect on that. Okay, make sure that doesn't happen again. And the next day, you just continue as planned. For most people, research finds it's better to just get back on track. Don't try to compensate for anything. Reflect, learn, continue as planned, as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, like some people may like fast for, let's say, another day and not eat anything, and then when they break the fast, then they break the cycle again and lose it. So yeah, it's dangerous.
In excess, that essentially turns into binge purge cycles.
Yeah, that's right. But is there like any specific macros, like a lot of there's this saying that sugar is like super addictive and you can't control yourself when you eat it. As well, what does the science say about it actually?
About sugar addiction?
I mean, like sugar and self-control. Like, is it more likely to lose the self-control when you're eating carbs and sugar compared to, let's say, protein or fat?
Not inherently. There's no such thing as addictive food. You can only be addicted to eating itself, but not to any particular food, even chocolate. And even research on pregnant women, and actually very conclusively, I have a whole section on pregnancy in the book. You can see that there are massive cross-cultural effects, and it's all restricted to idea of, especially American culture, what American culture has led us to believe about what you should eat when you're pregnant and what a common food aversion happens to be, blah, blah, blah.
Sorry, I'm losing the audio a little bit. I think the internet was hacking a bit.
Where did it drop off?
The pregnant women.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of research also on pregnancy. For example, I have a whole section in the book on what pregnant women eat and what kind of food aversions they have. And there you can see it's all cultural, and we are so strongly influenced by what, especially American culture, like United States American culture, has led us to believe about what's normal and what are common food aversions and the like. That said, any food that is highly palatable, which most high-carb foods are, is going to activate your brain's reward pathways more than other foods, which are generally not as palatable, such as typically protein. So in practice, it is the case that many high-carb foods, in particular starches, because fruit and veggies definitely do not fulfill this category, but bread, rice, potatoes are kind of in the middle, but especially like fried potatoes, they are just very easy to overeat on, and they are generally relatively well liked, or just very easy to eat for most people. So many people do have greater difficulties restricting those when they're eating them, compared to, say, high protein foods, vegetables, fibrous fruits, and even high-fat foods. It depends on whether they're processed for the most part, because you won't find many people overeating on avocado or olives, but you'll definitely have difficulty with like full-fat pork sausages.
Yeah,
because those are again also super easy to overeat on.
Yeah, like this. I think like it's the ultra processed foods, which is like the new term, that these hyper palatable engineered foods that with all these different ingredients, that's like the main cause, not like specific like carbs or sugar or whatever. It's the ultra processing that kind of makes them super hyper palatable, and that generally, even if on them being a part of a diet, increases the total calories you consume on a daily basis, because they're generally higher in calories as well.
Yes, definitely.
Any, like, how long does it take to, let's say, build or develop self-control? Like, because there is some aspects of neuroplasticity still at play that your brain does change to a certain extent. So like, how long does it take, and to what degree does it change?
Well, your actual level of self-control is basically fixed. There's very little you can do to improve it. However, you can reduce your reliance on it majorly, and that's much more effective. And it generally takes, like, if we're talking time frames, I think one of the only time frames that might provide some use is the time frame that it typically takes to build a habit, which is about 3 months. It depends a lot on the habit, though, and the number of repetitions. But in 3 months, you can make major changes to how you engage with your own discipline level, because you can replace a lot of things with habits. You can learn to use implementation intentions in the meantime to effectively form quick habits in your brain, like if-then rules, that decide your actions. And you can learn a lot of psychological tricks in a relatively short period that make a very big, notable difference in your life.
But what is going on is, let's say, if a person, let's say, I don't know, in the past they used to be, maybe like very, like, they say things out loud immediately what they think, for example, but nowadays maybe they're like more, reserved, or they're not saying out loud. Let's say they're not I don't know, insulting people, or they don't get angry as much. Like, what's going on there if a person doesn't get angry, let's say in traffic, as much as they used to in the past, or vice versa, like they now get angry but they didn't in the past? Like, if those kind of changes happen, like, what is going on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that relies to self. That's a big mixture of self-control, habits, social norms, like anger management is in large part probably also about your own level of happiness, how you deal with other people, your social norms, experience, just having a lot of feedback that your anger outburst didn't help at all, or they just make people worse off, or maybe you even hurt someone. So I think it becomes a lot more difficult when you get to a social phenomenon like that. But it's definitely not going to be because your self-control itself got better. Like, maybe you learned how to, I think that's probably one of the big ones also, how you learned you learned your own boundaries, basically. I think that's much more important than trying to improve your boundaries, because most people really don't need, for most things, you don't need super high levels of self-discipline. You just need to be smart about doing them so that you don't need extreme discipline.
Yeah. Well, eventually it's gonna break, or if you have to, like, it's so true that what you said, that the people who have the most self-control actually don't use it that much, and with discipline as well, people who seem that they're like super disciplined, then they may not actually be like literally using their discipline all the time, because they have like these routines and habits that still allow them to do those things, but they're not like actively every day, like, doing things against their will to get it done. So, because it's not like sustainable. So that's why they have to create these systems and routines that put this like almost on autopilot, that they do it still regardless.
Definitely. It's like the more disorganized you are, the more you should structure your life to compensate for that. And if you're a naturally super organized person, then you won't need to organize your life as much. But you can compensate for lack of being inherently organized by providing more structure to your life intentionally.
Yeah, so it's like the conscientiousness
Exactly.
is a good trait. Is there a way to build that or increase it?
No, that's pretty much also fixed. That's and conscientiousness is strongly correlated with self-control ability.
Nice. That's so. What can you change then? You can only change your habits and routines then.
Yeah, but you don't need to because self-control is not, really limited in the first place. Like it's not physically limited. It's just related to your happiness. So it all comes down to ways to set your life up smarter and be happier in the process. And then you'll find that your actual self-control ability might, as a result of that, improve a bit. But that should not be the goal. It should be to not use it most of the time. To be replace it with habits, structures, etc.
Yeah. Is there like any studies looking at whether the belief of whether or not you have self-control or whether or not you have like this unlimited willpower or it's limited, looking at, does that affect the results? So that if a person has the belief that they have this finite willpower, does it actually change their behavior or make them less self-controlled, for example, or have less willpower?
I have a hard stop in 1 minute, by the way.
Okay.
But yes, there are actually studies by Veronica Job et al. I believe her first name is Veronica, which really conclusively show about, to make it full circle, about carbohydrates specifically, for example, that people that think that self-control is a limited ability, they actually benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Whereas people that don't think this, they don't benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Okay. So that really goes back to the original idea of a large part of it being mental, and this idea that you can't succeed is already a very big obstacle to your success in the first place.
Gotcha. Well, all right, we'll finish there. The book is on Amazon, right?
Yep, on Amazon, my website is available as an audiobook, an ebook, and on Amazon you can buy a paperback or a hardcover.
All right. Well, it was great talking with you, and I'm gonna let you go.
My pleasure. All right. See ya.
Bye. All right, that's it.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. We are here again for another Coffee with C. How to let go of anger and resentment. We all have negative things that happen to us. People betray us. A random person is rude for no reason. As a result, we end up walking around bitter, angry, and upset. The thing that we don't realize is that the longer we carry this baggage around, the longer it will weigh us down. The best thing we can do is drop that baggage now. Whether the betrayal happened 10 years ago or 10 minutes ago.
Well, see, they betrayed me. They took advantage of me. They broke my heart. That's why I have all this resentment and anger with me. Are you just telling me to just let it go and tolerate the bad things that they do?
My friend, they hurt you once or twice. Don't let them to continue hurting you by you thinking about it. As long as you keep dwelling on that, they will continuously hold you back from peace and the happiness that you deserve. What I've learned is that emotions do not give us good advice, especially on the tough times that we are in. Knowing this, you have to know how to control your emotions. You should not let your emotions dictate what you have to do. Yes, what they did sting. It was the worst that ever happened to you. I get it. I really do. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to feel the pain. And you know what? Regardless of how much you contemplate and think to yourself why they did what they did, you will never understand. Because you are not like them. We have different values and experiences in life. You will never know the reason why. These are just many things in life that you don't have answer for. And if you keep trying asking yourself, you will get stuck and be more frustrated. Of course, there is a wide scale of how extreme that could have been. The lesser scale where they yelled at you or said something bad about you, all the way to the extreme of physical abuse and being continuously victimized by somebody. So here's what I want you to know. Being victimized, powerless, helpless is the reason why you are feeling that resentment. That's why you want to get even. You want to revenge because you are powerless, and your initial response is to get your power back ASAP. But my friend, that is not the right way to get your power back. In fact, if you stay in a position of resentment, you will stay powerless because you will keep battling with this cycle of anger, resentment, and unhappiness. I know people who carry their resentment even what happened was 10 years ago. Guess what? The person who did you wrong could not care less about you. In fact, they're living their life without thinking about you. They couldn't care less about how you feel. They are now happy living their life without a single thought of you. Now, if you really want to get out of that powerless situation, I want you to shift your mindset. Are you ready for this? Okay, here it is. What I want to do is to equip you with the right mindset why you should let go of resentment. Now see, how can I get my power back? Here's the answer to this, my friends. Let it go. By letting go, you are positioning yourself to gain that power back. Letting go of that resentment frees you up. You are just about to drop that heavy burden that kept you stuck for so long. I want you to understand this, that letting go of that resentment is for your own self. You are not doing this to the person who did you wrong. What do I mean by this? So let's understand, why do you feel that resentment? What causes the resentment? Resentment comes from a situation where you felt victimized, betrayed, or powerless. Someone did something to you that he or she shouldn't have done. It made you feel victimized and powerless. Look, when you let go of that burden of resentment, you start to welcome forgiveness, peace, and happiness. There is no way for all of these to get to you if you let resentment block all of them. You will get your power back by being able to control your emotion, let alone that situation. You now get to decide how the situation will affect you now and in the future. All right, what happened, happened. What you felt about it, you felt about it. What that person did to you happened. You have acknowledged that already. You went through the pain, the anger. And now it's time for you to get your power back. Now, from here, from the new place that you are in, how would you go about it? From this, who do you want to be? How do you want to move forward? How long will you let this affect you? How can you take your power back and say, okay, this person did this terrible thing, but you know what? I want to get up. How can I take control? I want to get my power back. I am going to turn this situation into something positive. I am going to turn this into something that will make me learn and grow. I will use this to make me stronger and more capable. I am back and I am here to get my power back. So that's why I am moving forward. I am no longer going to allow this to make me feel bitter, angry, helpless, and powerless. I will let it go and get my power back by not letting it affect me ever again. I will take charge of my life, of how I feel, and how I will move forward. Keep your requests, your topics, comment down below. I create videos every week for my Coffee with C community, and your topic may be next. Until next time!
Welcome to the Mirror Talks podcast, where we deconstruct some of humanity's most disconnecting and limiting assumptions and offer an alternative, a free state of consciousness, unbiased, naturally wise, and genuinely loving. We will shed a more enlightened perspective on everyday experiences to help anyone willing realize their true potential and inspire a contemporary spiritual life lived in service to all. Say goodbye to the man-made paradigms of distorted ideas. Let's become pure, free, and actually intelligent once again.
We just finished recording an episode on deep suffering or deeply afflictive states, whether it's depression, chronic depression, or sort of more of a daily happening, jealousy, or being upset about something and it just sort of takes over your mood, and just how to deal with these states and really how to transmute them and take advantage of them. So one thing I just loved about this episode, and that I think you'll love too, is that in addition to being very technically precise, Bentinho outlines 3 methods for really transmuting these deeply afflictive states. So in addition to being really technical in that way, it's also a meditation of its own. So I was even thinking, as we were recording this episode, I was thinking, like, if I'm in another deeply afflictive state in the future, I'm going to remember this episode and I'm going to come back to it just for a reminder. It's like it's just like piercing the bubble of that of whatever suffering might come up. So really, this is a resource in and of itself. In addition to that, there was a really special, cool ending. Dennis asked a question about social anxiety, which prompted Bentinho to go into just the coolest delineation of how the ego is hiding from us, and really how that mechanism is what causes the suffering and the deeply afflictive states. So it basically comes at it from a whole nother angle. So it was a wonderful episode, really a resource forever, I think. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Mirror Talks. Again, here with me, Kelly and Corey. How are you guys?
Great. Good.
Awesome.
How are you?
Really good.
Nice.
Actually, really good. Yeah. So, as we're wrapping up the recording of our first season of this podcast, we were feeling into what other episodes to still shoot. And one that stood out pretty evidently is to give people some tools and some perhaps reassurance and some sort of a compassionate, understanding space where they get some acknowledgement for the phenomenon of experiencing deeply afflictive states of mind, states of emotion, and so forth. So what's an afflictive state? An affliction or afflictive literally means something that's causing pain or suffering. So deeply afflictive states are states that just feel like impossible to escape. They have debilitating effects on our mental, emotional, physical well-being. They can even lead to physical illness. It's something that sort of can haunt us along the lines of PTSD. It's something that makes us feel like we don't want to get out of bed in the morning. It derails our sort of sense of purpose and our sense of flow during the day. And so these states are quite common in humanity, and I think everyone who is human will at one point or another experience something like that. So we figured we have addressed the mechanics of the emotional guidance system already, but this is kind of a beast on its own, like how to deal with deep suffering, with intense suffering, with debilitating suffering, with deeply afflictive states. So that's the intention for this session.
Awesome.
If you guys have any prompting question, feel free.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of people who spend a lot of their time, most of their life, in a deeply afflictive state. Like chronic depression or whatever it is, some sort of addiction. So I think it is really quite common. And I wonder, like, for people who this makes up their norm, this is their normal life,
their daily background noise.
Right. How do you break through to someone like that? How do you break through a cycle like that?
If you're that person, right?
Yeah.
So I think I want to refer back to sort of a core structure that people can fall back on. And that is, I'm quoting the law of one, that the path consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is know yourself, know thyself. In other words, understand yourself. And this sentence, know thyself, in this context, it doesn't mean know yourself as the absolute infinite reality, know yourself as God. In this case, know yourself means know what's happening within you, know what's going on in front of your consciousness, know what's going on the screen of your experience, the screen of your life. What's happening within you? Why are you having, first of all, recognize and acknowledge the thoughts and emotions that arise. Like recognize them, acknowledge them.
As opposed to ignoring them or being in denial.
Right, yeah, which would be not knowing them.
Got it.
Right? So know yourself is a process of acknowledgement, of observation, of becoming familiar also with your own patterns and recognizing the patterns in your emotional responses to things. Recognizing the patterns in your thinking and so forth. So a full-bodied knowledge of oneself is ideal. To know yourself as clearly as you can. This is how I typically react in these types of circumstances. This is the bias that I have. This is the belief that I have. These are the preferences that I have. And when this kind of thing happens, this is how I emotionally respond. This is how I respond in terms of action. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm feeling. This is when I feel victimized. This is when I feel arrogant, and so forth. Just all of it included. Ideally, the holistic being, the holistic seeker knows themselves fully, knows themselves on all levels as much as possible. There are other priorities than knowing yourself in every detail on all levels, because that could be the study of a million lifetimes, right? So we got to take that with a grain of salt at some point. But the basis is there. The basic instruction is know yourself, understand yourself. Step 2 is accept yourself. So now that you know yourself, now that you see your patterns, now that you've observed your pain and you kind of begin to understand it, or maybe even fully understand it, now it's time to accept/forgive /release/let go of that which you know. To just let it be as it is, to not interfere, to not blame, to not judge, to not hold on, to not constrict, and so on. So again, step 1, know yourself. Step 2, accept that which you now know about yourself, accept yourself. And then, and for the most part, almost only then does the third step open up, at least in a holistic, integrated manner. You could try to skip to step 3, and some people do, but very few do so successfully. And so I don't recommend it. On the whole, periodically, one can do it, but on the whole, it's important to understand yourself and to accept yourself, to incorporate that. And at step 3, that opens up once we know ourselves and once we accept ourselves. And once, therefore, we're in a sort of a state of peace with ourselves and equilibrium and acceptance. So once we know ourselves and once we've accepted that which we've now discovered about ourselves, the third step opens up, and that is, at least in Law of One, they state it as, become the creator. And this is really the step where spirituality in its truest form begins. The first 2 steps are prerequisites, and that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, is like how to accept that, how to attain that self-knowledge on a relative level, knowing my relative self and accepting my relative self. And relative self simply means anything that moves and changes and has shape and form and dimension and emotional charge and belief systems and so forth. Those things are all relative. They're all contextual. They all exist within the realm of perspectives, belief systems, thoughts and emotions, and physical events. Seemingly physical. So a lot of my work focuses on the third step. Also, a lot of my work focuses on the first 2, but a lot of my work focuses on the third step. So we won't talk too much about that today, but it's good to notice or to know that it's part of this 3-step formula, right? So we have to know our relative selves, accept our relative selves, and then it's like our beingness, our mind, body, spirit complex becomes sort of this fit, integrated, whole, potent trampoline for us to take the shuttle up into spirituality, true spirituality. Transcendence, awakening, enlightenment, self-realization, higher states of consciousness, and so on. But how can one have access to that in debilitating states of suffering?
Right.
For the most part, one can't. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And part of the methods that I'll be prescribing, so to speak, will allow for that access to deepen. So when we are in deeply afflictive states, the experience is that of extreme disconnect from source, from the creator that we are ultimately. So that third step of that true spiritual step, that quantum leaping into self-realization, enlightenment, realizing the oneness and so on, the universal love, we feel very disconnected from that. In fact, that is the pain. That feeling of disconnect, we can never be disconnected, but the feeling of disconnect is generated by some perspective, some belief that has such an opposite view to the truth of God, to the truth of source, to the truth of existence, to the truth of oneness, to the truth of our infinite worth, to the truth of our eternal nature, to the truth of our absolute freedom, to the truth of the cosmic perspective. Our perspective in a deeply afflicted state is so contradicting that infinite abundance, infinite love, and so on, that we feel the contrast between the truth and our perspective so strongly. And it's so strongly that it doesn't typically let us go. It doesn't allow our attention to wander away or to sort of rise up to the higher levels. And so we feel stuck in our bodies, we feel stuck in our emotions to a debilitating extent where we can't even mentally function normally anymore. We don't want to see other people. It's got all kinds of expressions. So for the basic understanding of this contrast between our connection to source, the truth that's always here, and our perspective, I'll just refer people to the episode we did in depth on the purpose of emotions, the emotional guidance system, how to use them, and also and so on. So people can watch that or listen to that, which is actually good prerequisite content for this episode. So now we're just highlighting, we're singling out the experiences that are so distracting that we can't focus on our spirituality anymore, such as chronic depression, sort of existential angst, deep sort of confusion, lethargy because of this deep-rooted sense of unworthiness, perhaps.
Or even temporary jealousy or heartbreak or...
True. Yeah, the responses that we give to certain circumstances,
Right.
certain catalytic circumstances, that then trigger our perspective, our belief that we're lacking something very important to us.
Right.
Which is another way of saying, like, we believe we're disconnected from source.
Mm-hmm.
So how to deal with those states if you experience one? Whether it's through like a sudden heartbreak or the death of a loved one, or whether it's just sort of a state that you have become familiar with for quite some time, but it won't let you go, like it's causing you deep suffering every day. There are several ways to handle this that has beneficial ways to deal with it.
Cool.
Without having to use substances and so on. Now, there's a lot of nuances here because it really is a case-by-case basis in the end. So people have to sort of take this general knowledge and apply it in a way that is helpful for them in their situation and their selves. So they have to know themselves and then apply this to themselves in the best way, according to their own intuition. So a few ways that we can use these afflictive states. If the afflictive state is not too intense, because here's the thing, more context, this is important. The reason these states stay with us when they do, when they are there, the reason they don't dissolve is because we're not gaining the understanding and the acceptance that are the first two steps.
Mm.
Because it sucks our consciousness into such a tiny little confined corner or perspective or point of view within the overall infinite existence that we really, in that sense, feel trapped. And because we feel trapped, we lack perspective. If we feel trapped in a little box, we lack the meta view. We lack the overview. We lack context. We see no context. All that we see is that we're suffering, that we're in pain, that our loved ones left us, or some other kind of catalyst. So we only see the details of the event that we select based on our insecurities and our fears. And we only see our perspective. So we're stuck in it. That's why it's so deeply painful. It's because we're lacking understanding. We're lacking perspective in that moment. Understanding and overview or perspective are somewhat synonymous. So if we don't have that perspective, then naturally our perspective is so small that it will contradict the nature of reality. And so we feel that strong emotion. If the afflictive state is not very afflictive, if it's just a general emotion, I would typically recommend people just use the emotional guidance system and they observe their emotion. They observe what they must believe is true in order to feel this way about this event or that person or this happening. And when we have just a general emotion, that's quite easy to do because we're not sucked into it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
So we still have some understanding. We still have some context. We still have some overview. We still have some access to the greater picture of things. We still have access to other points of view. Now, this one might be triggering. This one might be painful.
Mm-hmm.
But because we have access to, at least to some degree, to other points of view, it's manageable. It's something we can observe. We're not completely locked into it. We're not completely identified with it. And therefore, we have the space to observe it.
Mm-hmm.
We have the space to understand it. So then in that case, which more applies to our session about the emotional guidance system for most sort of everyday general emotions and reactions. So let's say there's just an everyday sort of emotion. Something gets triggered in us and it feels very annoying and it feels frustrating and it draws our attention in. However, we can still rationalize. We can still see that it's maybe not entirely true. On some level, maybe we realize that we're being a little irrational because we have access to other points of view. But when you're in a deeply afflictive state, you have no access to other points of view, or very, very minimally. Therefore, you might be able from the back of your mind to sort of know that you're no longer being rational, but you don't have access to that point. You're not seeing it from that point of view, right? So again, you're boxed in, you feel imprisoned in your emotional experience. So this is where the understanding part makes sense as well. The more space we have from our present perspective, from our activated perspective, the more distance we have, the more overview we maintain, the more we can understand that no point of view, although it's logical from its own point of view, the perspective is logical from its own point of view. We at the same time can realize that it's not the whole truth. We have access to we can, what's the word, relativize? Is that a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
Make relative to. We can see, we can compare perspectives and be, well, maybe this is an overreaction. What's going on here? Let me look at it. It doesn't grip us by the gut or the heart and just takes us over. So again, in that case of the general everyday type of emotional reaction or trigger, apply the emotional guidance system and use it as a tool, as a reminder to get to know yourself. So the question, one of the main questions to ask yourself to get to know yourself is, what must I believe? Or what perspective must I have? What definition or belief system must I have in order to have this feeling about this situation? Because again, if you didn't have that belief or definition or perspective, you wouldn't be able to have the emotional feeling. So every emotion is an invitation for us to get to know our perspectives. And this is the process of know yourself, understand yourself. And then once you understand it, like, oh, this is why I feel this way. Because I believe if this person says that I'm not good enough. Great. I've now identified that belief. And I can now relativize that, meaning contextualize that, meaning compare it to other perspectives, other things that I've learned in life, other things that I also believe in and know. And through that comparison or relativizing principle, again, I don't know if that's an English word, but you understand what it means now, to make relative to other perspectives. Because we can do that, we maintain greater access to more of existence, and therefore we feel better than we do in an afflictive state where we only have access to one perspective for the most part. Or it might be a series of perspectives, but it's all rooted in this one sort of core belief that's being triggered. So then moving on from the general emotional triggers to those more deeply afflictive states of deep suffering, intense suffering, debilitating suffering, where our entire sense of self is wrapped up in it and we lose access to the vaster context of existence. And we can no longer make our experience relative to a bigger contextual view, the meta view. What to do when that's the case? When you're just gripped at your very core and there seems to be no way out. And I mean, this is the state people are in when they are contemplating suicide. It's like, I don't know how to get out of this state, right?
I think in many ways, aside from people who are suicidal, it's way more common than we think. Just people actually boxed in this little, completely limited, completely separate. I think it's quite common. I think a lot of people just live their their 9-to-5 work life with this type of a...
Totally, I agree.
Yeah.
So then moving on from our everyday sort of emotions where we don't lose all touch with reality. We don't lose all touch with other perspectives. Even just human reality, because, I mean, human reality, meaning human perspective. The perspectives that are sort of accepted by all human beings to be true to some degree, the paradigm of the human mind, basically. To me, comparatively to what I know, that is equals suffering. It is an afflictive state. However, compared to the even deeper, more boxed in afflictive states and perspectives that we can have, that's actually a breath of fresh air. It's context. It's what we call reality. Like, I can rationalize. I can see that I'm being kind of irrational, that it's not completely true what I'm thinking. But again, if we then move into those deeply afflictive states where all of our energy is sucked into this box of a perspective, of a belief, then how do we deal with that? Because now, even if we know about the emotional guidance system, we may not have access to it. We may not have access to any kind of wisdom or any feelings of relief or any sense of a bigger perspective. So then how do we deal with that in that moment when we have no inspiration to go on YouTube and watch one of my videos or listen to a guided meditation or meditate ourselves, when it's just so consuming and so distracting? What do we do? What's left? In this type of state of mind, state of attention, state of consciousness, state of emotion, we cannot always go the route of understanding ourselves because we don't have access to it, because understanding requires context. You see, you cannot understand something unless you stand under it, so to speak, unless you're beyond it. So as long as we stand beyond what we're perceiving, as long as we have space around the perspective that's generating the emotion, we can observe it, trace it back to its root belief or perspective, compare that to what else we know about life, what else have we learned, what else do we truly believe, and or faith in our infinite nature, even if we don't fully believe in it yet, but we can compare our painful perspective to something that we've learned in sort of these spiritual teachings, for example, and we can gain faith, and we can in that way ease the emotion, deepen our understanding, and release the core belief and accept ourselves in the process. But if you're completely sucked into the moment energetically and you don't have any access to any of that, what do you do? Like I said, you cannot really understand because you lack perspective. Therefore, the understand yourself step kind of goes out the window. And that's quite okay. We don't always have to understand why we have certain emotions. It's helpful, but we don't always have to. Sometimes not understanding our emotions and having such a deeply afflictive state that completely draws in our attention and boxes us in is a great teaching tool that teaches us other types of understandings, quantum leaps, and it can sort of enforce a self-acceptance at a deeper level because we don't even have the understanding. If we understand something, typically it's easier to accept it because now our rational mind is involved, our logic is involved, our perspective is involved, our conscious mind is involved. But what if you can't understand exactly why you feel the way you feel? You just feel overwhelmed by the feeling. Now you can, in a sense, skip the understanding step. It will always come later anyway. And try to go to the acceptance stage if you can. So here's one way to deal with afflictive states. And to use an analogy to further elucidate the distinction between sort of an everyday emotion that's not super high on the scale of being afflictive versus a deeply afflictive state would be like being on a train station and having many different trains to choose from. You can go on this train, that train, and they go to different directions. So you might experience the train that's right in front of you, but you can get to a next, to a different, platform and take a different train. So you have options. The difference is options. Perspectives are available to you. In a deeply afflictive state, you're already on the train you're on. And what can you do when you're on the train you're on? You can't jump off. You can't choose another train. So it feels very limiting. It feels very constrictive and therefore debilitating. You're on a train you don't want to be on, and you're going in a direction you don't want to be going in. But you're on it, and you can't, the only thing to do would be to jump out of the train, but that would equal suicide, which I would try to avoid. So then you're on this train, and your only option is, therefore, to accept. What is to accept your current state? So, but even the thought, if you're in a truly deeply afflictive state, even the thought of self-acceptance is not always that available.
Right.
So in those more extreme afflictive states, I recommend, there's a couple of things you can do. I'm going to prescribe 3 methods. One is use this as an invitation because you have no other options in that moment to change your feeling state. You always do, but it doesn't seem like you do. You don't feel like you have access to it. You try as hard as you can, but it's not working. So since you have no other options anyway, use this as an opportunity to get to know the ability that you have, the innate ability to direct your focus. So this is different than trying to work with the perspective. So give up working with the perspective. Again, only when you're in a really deeply afflictive state. Otherwise, it can be helpful to deal with perspectives and understand them. But if you can't, then you simply can't. And so in that moment, what I would recommend is grab a hold of your attention itself. Notice that you can direct your attention to something. Now, ideally, this is the God state, for example, the state of awareness, love, light. But sometimes you simply won't be able to do that. Or you will feel like you won't be able to do that. So, but that doesn't matter so much. You can focus your attention on anything that takes you out of the perspective that you're in. It may take some time. So this is practicing concentration. So you're using your deeply afflictive state as a concentration exercise because you have no other options. It's either intense suffering or slightly less suffering with the training of your concentration. So choose anything, the image of a mountain or the concept of space or a feeling in your body that's not affected by the afflictive state. Some feeling of peace, some feeling of stillness, perhaps, in the storm, amidst the storm of your emotions. But the key here is to not try to change what you're experiencing, because you already hopped on the train and you have to wait until the next station. In between, you can't do anything. And right now, your afflictive state can be seen as being on a train in between two stations. And you know at some point it's going to change. Some people are on a very long train ride from one station to the next. But the train can be rerouted to an intermittent station that you didn't see coming if you practice concentration. Because focus is everything in these states. You always have access to focus on one thing more than the other, always. This free will is never taken from you, no matter how afflictive your state of emotions is. If you grab a hold of your concentration, of your attention itself, and you direct it onto something that is not directly related to your suffering, like I said, a mountain, or a memory, or space, or if you can, faith in God, faith in that all is well, that a station will come your way. So just simply write this one out. Don't try to change the train because you can't. Don't try to change your emotions because you can't. Don't try to relativize your perspectives because you can't. If you can, great. But if you can't, and you notice repeatedly, I can't, it doesn't work, it continues to even make the emotion bigger and more highlighted. And I feel even worse because it's not working and da-da-da. So then you got to get out of the frustration about your afflictive state as much as you can. Because there's often a lot of layers of frustration and unself-worthiness and lack of self-esteem and all that added onto the afflictive state when we're having it because we can't change it and we can't function properly. And so we blame ourselves further and judge ourselves further. But this is not due to the afflictive state. This is due to our lack of concentration on something else. So in those moments where you're on the train, you can't change anything, seemingly, grab a hold of your attention and just focus as pristinely as you can. Ignore, let be, allow whatever is to be exactly as it is, and take your attention itself and focus it, point it in a different direction. Point it on something that is not that perspective or emotional state. That's not that circumstance. You could call it ignoring. Ignore what is experienced as much as you can, which is better in this case than trying to change it. So you ignore it as often as you can, as frequently as you can, for as long as you can. And this is not something that requires like physical effort. You know, I don't want people to have the image of like squinting eyes and like, wrinkles forming on your forehead, like you're concentrating. It's not that, because that's all part of the afflictive state. So it's like you want to almost drop underneath your current experience. Let it be, give up, don't try to change it, realize you can't change it right now, and that's okay. Find some acceptance with that. And instead go one step back to your attention itself, knowing that what's right in front of you, if you open your eyes, is the suffering. But if you close your eyes, symbolically speaking, if you go back one step in your interior experience, you can grab a hold of your attention itself and you can concentrate on something else. It doesn't have to be meaningful, but it can. But not if it conjures up more negative emotions. Because if now, let's say you're now using that, you're grabbing your attention and you're starting to focus on God and the spiritual teachings. But because you have no access to it, all kinds of negative thoughts about it start flowing in and developing a negative relationship to spirituality or to God, or like, why am I experiencing this? God must not love me. So then that's not a productive way. That's not effective to concentrate on that. So in that case, something meaningless is actually more effective. So focus on the substance of wood, for example, like, because I'm just looking at this table right now. It's a beautiful wooden table. And just appreciate the way that the light reflects off and how it shows different textures. And just keep focusing on that. Bring your attention to the detail of something else. And mostly two things happen. One is you begin to take away the energy, the inertia, the momentum behind your perspective. So you're starting to rob it of the fuel that it needs, which is your attention, to survive. So you're actually suffocating the core perspective in that moment that is giving you such a deep afflictive state, such a contracting feeling. And you're depriving it of that fuel, and you're beginning to reroute it. And don't be in a rush with this. Just know this is a long-term game, almost. Nice. Like, it can take you hours. That's okay. It can take you hours to find some relief. But what's your other option? Right. Yes. Your other option is just to further exacerbate what you already have going on, further add fuel to that momentum, and further frustrate yourself. So since you have no other option, since you can't go to the beach and hang out with your friends and have fun, since you can't go plan your next most exciting project because you have no energy for it and you're so distracted by these emotions, then really suddenly it sounds quite appealing to focus on a wooden table for 3 hours, right?
That's
because
great.
It's not normally appealing. It wouldn't normally appeal to the ego. But if that gives you even a little bit of relief, when you're in like intense physical pain and it just dissipates by 20%, it's like, you feel even better than when you normally feel when you have no pain and you're just distracted and it's just a random moment.
Yeah.
Because the contrast of going from intense pain to slightly less pain feels like pleasure almost. And you can train this in yourself to concentrate on something meaningless and hold on to that, not with tension, but with subtlety, if you can. So ignore the loud thoughts as much as you can. Let them be, accept them. Don't try to change them because it's not working. Drop into a subtler realm where attention itself becomes aware of itself, and now you can redirect this attention to a completely different view. And it might take practice because you're distracted by your thoughts. So you concentrate little by little, little by little. You notice more details. And what you start to notice after a while of going back to your new, let's say the table that you're focused on, or the image of the mountain, or some feeling in your perspective that's not bothered or that's not somehow affected by the rest of the canvas of your experience. If you can find one little spot in the canvas, in the painting of your present experience, that's somehow not turbulent, that's somehow still or unaffected. And you just develop that sober attitude. Just radically stop wanting it to disappear, the suffering. Radically stop wanting pleasure. Radically stop wanting to change your life. Just stop all that because it's not working. All you do is you suddenly become excited about the simplest, soberest, most mundane thing, which is to focus on wood. And first of all, you start to discover things about wood you never knew. But the most important part here is that you're suffocating the perspective. You stop fueling the perspective that generates the afflictive state. So you'll start to notice more and more and more relief. And now this energy momentum of your attention begins to pick up momentum in a different direction. Mm. And you're gaining perspective again. Don't immediately go back, try to understand the suffering because you're not ready yet. You're going to be sucked right into that vortex of momentum, and you're going to be stuck in the same perspective because the more you think about it, the more convincing it seems again. Have you experienced that? Where there's some situation in your life and you have some relief from it for a little bit and you're like, oh, I'm done. Maybe I'm over it or whatever. And then you get some text message or like some picture on Instagram that reminds you of this or that situation or that person that has something to do with. And boom, you start thinking again, this was unfair, this is not good, this is, but this is gonna, and immediately you're back in the vortex. And when you're back in that energy of negative, afflictive states and perspectives, it's again going to be pretty hard to get out of it.
Yeah.
So you want, if it's a truly afflictive state, give yourself permission to ignore it for quite some time.
I love that.
Not as an attitude of denial, but as a sign of faith in yourself that you'll come back around to it when you're ready. But right now you don't have the means, meaning understanding or context or perspective or meta view, You don't have the means to deal with it, to understand it, to resolve it, to heal it in a relative way. You got to go and ignore it for a while. And you've got to take your attention away from fueling that perspective. You've got to gain different experiences that are outside of that box, that give you confirmation of your worth, that give you confirmation of your self-esteem, that give you positive self-esteem, that give you confirmation that there is hope, that give you confirmation that there's other things to focus on in life, that give you confirmation that maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. And focusing on a wooden table can be your initial way out of that energy momentum, something meaningless. And it's all about concentration, subtle attention, redirection, repeatedly. Just commit fully to that, because what's the alternative, my friend? It's absolute suffering and pain and destructive behavior. So suddenly, doesn't it sound quite exciting to redirect your attention and concentrate? Place your attention on something that allows you to not be in the perspective that generates that emotional suffering.
Nice. I love the rationalization of that, of just looking at the ultimatum of an afflictive state. Like, if this is my only option, then it makes anything else quite appealing.
Nice.
But I think a lot of times people just don't have the context even enough to make it into an ultimatum. They think they're going to solve it by continuing to think about it and think about it. But so that's what I love, the permission to just.
That's a great point. Yeah. They think that by staying in it, they're somehow going to fix it.
Right.
And this at least gives you a direction of your focus. Because I think one of the worst things about those states is feeling how directionless it is. And you're kind of searching for a direction. You're like searching for a way out, but you just can't find it. And it becomes your whole reality, your whole world. And when there's sort of a way out or a window, it's such a massive relief.
Great. Yep. So the second method, which is very closely related to this one, but it's just sort of the next somewhat more advanced, perhaps, step. And whether or not this is a more advanced step kind of depends on your prior experience with resting in awareness, with resting in sort of pure presence and beingness and awareness aware of itself, or attention aware of attention, or consciousness aware of consciousness. This is a subtle practice. This is the science of self-realization, or the art of self-realization. It's where the self, that witnessing consciousness, becomes aware of its own essence, its own nature, its own presence, its own existence. And then it more and more maintains that existence awareness, that self-existence awareness. If you can do this, that's fantastic. It's the same exact principle as focusing on wood and just staying with it, subtly staying with it, subtly staying with it. Getting distracted by it, returning to it, staying with it, generating a different momentum. If you can apply this principle of concentration on attention itself, then you start to drill in the direction of the well of well-being, the well of joy, the well of love, the well of bliss, the well of transcendence, the well of knowing yourself. So that's great if people can do that. They can just stay with that sense of I am, I exist. And sometimes we give ourselves, from a higher self's point of view, we give ourselves these catalytic events to really purge ourselves of the perspectives that lay dormant within us, that then come out full force, and we have no other perspective, no access to other perspectives. We really feel the full blow of it. But then, because it's so all-consuming, it's a great opportunity to not try to get into it and understand the relative mechanics of our thoughts, but to just sort of bypass it altogether for a period of time, not as an attitude of denial, but as an attitude of faith and just logic, like this is all that works for me right now. And I'll come back to it later when I have the space and the clarity and the perspective I need to change that perspective into a proper understanding of the way reality works, and my true worth, and my true infinite nature, and so on. So if in that moment you can hold on just to attention itself, being aware of itself, then that's sort of a step up that's more beneficial than focusing on the wooden table. But the initial step, if you don't have access to anything that subtle, focus on something that you know you can maintain concentration on, that's less subtle than consciousness, that's more obvious, like the wooden table, which is reflecting light in a certain pattern right now. or anything. I mean, this is just one example. People should choose whatever they have access to. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you redirect your focus. That's all that matters. So whatever you feel you can focus on, that doesn't generate, that's one requirement, it doesn't generate negative emotions. So you're not focused on a topic that means something to you, that you could conjure up negative thoughts about or beliefs. Hence the wooden table, because most people don't have beliefs or definitions about that. Doesn't matter to them. And if you can maintain that, then you can progress and just hold on to awareness itself, consciousness itself, I exist itself. You could try that immediately if you have prior experience with it. But if not, it'll just frustrate you. Like, oh, I can't find enlightenment. I can't find myself. Da, da, da. So only do that step, the second version of this method, if you know you can. But then it's a great opportunity. Then it's a great catalyst because now you're forced to concentrate. Whereas when you don't have such an afflictive state, you're easily distracted by your addiction to sense pleasures and sensuality and hope and promise of a better future and this and that, and relationships and validation from others and all these ego boosters, success. You're so distracted by that. But when you're faced with a brick wall or a train that you're on that you cannot step off of and you've got to experience what you experience, accept it and move your attention. Don't try to change it, in other words. Let it be. Let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change even a single ounce of it. Don't want anything to change from your emotional state. This frees up your attention to focus on something else. Become fascinated with the details of the table. Do this for hours if you need to. Because again, what's the alternative? You know, it's quite exciting suddenly. Do that. If you can't focus on I exist, just the feeling I exist, that's spaceless, spacious but spaceless, timeless feeling I am. And rest in it, stay with it. And then notice, as soon as you start suffering, you're back in the mind. Great reminder. Normally you're distracted by pleasure, but now that you only know pain when you go out into the mind field, which is kind of like a minefield, then you're instantly remembering, you're instantly reminded in a very obvious, painful way that you've lost attention of I exist. So use this, if you have prior experience with the I am, and this is one of your passions, then especially use the afflictive states to become anchored in that consciousness of consciousness itself. And it doesn't take long then, if that's successful, it doesn't take long for the afflictive state to leave you, to disappear, to diminish over time, but rather rapidly. Sometimes instantly if you sort of hit a new level of freedom and perspective. Because again, emotions are the reaction to a perspective that you're having because they're guidance. It's a guidance system. So if suddenly you change your perspective by drilling into the I am, that 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 I am, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, and you stay with that, stay with that, stay with that. And as soon as you go out of it, it's like, the feeling is there. Okay, I am. You know, coax yourself into this repeatedly, subtly, no stress, but concentrate. Give yourself this gift. Ignore the thing, let it be. Focus on I exist, I exist, I exist. Or wooden table, wooden table, wooden table. Clear blue sky, clear blue sky, clear blue sky. What can you learn about the clear blue sky that you've never noticed before? Go there, go there, go there. Fantasize if you must. If you can't concentrate on one state, fantasize a little bit about that one topic that has nothing to do with the things that trigger your emotions. Something meaningless that you could discover some form of beauty in, perhaps even. Not meaning, but beauty. Mystery, awe, some sense of like, respect. This will change your energy. And then suddenly you have, because you're in a higher frequency, now you have access to different songs coming through the radio because you've dialed your radio, your body, your mind, your attention to a different range of frequencies. Therefore, the song that you're hearing, the emotions that you're feeling, the response of your emotional guidance system that's now responding to your new perspective, once it's stabilized, is going to be a stable, steady song that is commensurate with how much that perspective is in or out of alignment with source. If it's closer in alignment than your previous perspective, the afflictive state is going to pale in comparison to your next negative state, which will feel very positive comparatively, right? And so you just built this, you bump this up a little bit every time. You move your frequency up, your perspective up. Once over time, over days, over weeks, maybe over months, maybe over years, when you're able to stabilize and you've gained so much new perspective of yourself and of life, and your symbiotic relationship of yourself and life and your self-esteem has changed. Now you can look back upon such things without getting sucked into them because you've maintained the overview. Mm-hmm. So now what used to trigger an afflictive emotion becomes more like a general everyday type of emotion that you can now study if you want to, observe and get to understand, why was I feeling that way? Because I believed that situation meant I was abandoned. Now I see I was never abandoned. My higher self, cosmic consciousness, God, it was all present in me that very moment. I just couldn't see it, but I see it now. So now, bringing my current perspective to that sort of past perspective that was at the time all I could see, and therefore the emotions that could respond to that were only negative. Now, I can look at that perspective, even look through the lens of it a little bit, but I can't believe in it anymore because I've learned too much about life. I've learned too much about my freedom. I've learned too much about my existence. So there's no way that this thought could now convince me to feel that way, to believe that way, and therefore feel that way. This is similar to the relationship episode we did, where I sort of described the process of being in deeply afflictive states about a partner leaving me, and now kind of just that causing a giggle in a way, where I can't believe in that perspective anymore. That cost me so much pain. That seemed to be my entire reality at the time. So emotions are not factual. They're never factual. They're always the opposite of factual, if we take it all the way. Any emotion is evidence that we're not seeing things clearly. But again, we address this in depth in the Emotional Guidance System episode. So again, I refer people to that one. So,
cool. Method 2. I love basically using an afflictive state as meditation boot camp practice.
Enforcer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your higher self forcing you to sit your ass down and realize more of yourself.
Yeah, drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in that sense, it's a gift, and you can see that. Me looking back on my own afflictive phases in life, I just see how they purged and reprioritized my entire focus. So I'm only grateful for them, and I can only see how benevolent and divine, if you will, or intelligent that guidance system was. But at the time, I couldn't see that for sure. So it's all good. It's all you giving this gift to yourself. I know that doesn't feel that way when you're in it, but you'll see that later on. Have faith in that. That alone can bring you some soothing feelings that will take you a little bit out of that momentum of the afflictive state. Now, another step one could take, which arguably is even more advanced.
Is this the third method?
The third method, yeah, would be to investigate. But I really don't recommend this for most people because you gotta sort of have this clarity already practiced to a high degree in order to not fall into an intellectualizing process with yourself. But it's asking yourself the question, who is it? What is the me that believes it's the one that's at the end of the stick of this experience? Who is this me? What is this me that believes this experience belongs to, or pertains to, or is happening to, or is created by? Because there is no such me. It is just another idea, a notion, a belief. So by asking that question, it's like our attention turns away from the canvas and back onto the viewer, the assumed participant or experiencer of the experiences, the assumed me or ego or sense of self that we just always throw into the mix. Whatever we see in life, whatever we experience, oh, there it is, the sense of me at the root of that experience. Because without that sense of me, you wouldn't feel like that experience belongs to you or that it affects you. So it's kind of the self-inquiry method as taught in some Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi. It's the question, what is I? Or who am I? But who am I is a bit more...
So there's connotations to that.
Yeah, there's in English, I think it's sort of a mistranslation, personally, from Nanyar, which is self-inquiry. The English translation, who am I think is quite confusing to people. I think what is
I love that.
is better, or what is me, or who is me. But who am I is too common tongue language, and it has these connotations to it. So I would recommend the question, what is me? And this draws the attention to the root, the experiencer, which believes it's the victim of its experience, always. And then we can dissolve that notion. And then we become freer and freer and freer from being affected by all emotions and thoughts and perspectives of a limiting nature. And then God realization becomes really stable and starts to really shine forth. And less do we assume this false identity that then suffers. But this is a more advanced process, and it requires sort of a keenness and a subtlety of mind being already developed. So they're kind of in order. Focus on something meaningless, bring all your concentration to that in as relaxed, as subtle a manner as possible, while you let the rest of your experience just kind of be and go and ignore it. And just start focusing in a different train of thought. Consistency, relentlessly, consistently. What's your better option? Just go and fucking do it. Give yourself that gift. I know it's boring, sober. Yes, it seems like you're ignoring your problems and you can't figure out this thing that you think is so important that's giving you so much pain. But that's the alternative. And you've been in it probably for days, probably for weeks, probably for months maybe. It's not paying off. The things you think you need to attend to clearly are not the things you need to attend to. You need to shift your focus, your attention. Grab a hold of your attention. Consistently focus on something meaningless. This reroutes the energy. Then when that opens up, you can recognize awareness. You can rest in the I amness. And then you can ask the question, what is the me that I even believe is the experiencer of these emotions? And then you can dissolve the me more and more. And the victim, therefore, this relentless victimization that we have, that we always insert into our experience with no good reason whatsoever. There's no proof for a little me. There's no evidence for it. There's bodies walking around, but that's not evidence of a me inside the body. So it's a core assumption that's causing all the suffering. It's the root misaligned belief. It's that I am a me that's somehow not God. That's somehow different from infinite reality.
Cool. So what was the last afflictive state that you experienced yourself? And which of these methods did you use? If any?
Yeah, I've used all of them, like alternatingly, whatever worked, whatever I had access to in that type of moment, I would use.
I'm asking about the most recent one though, but I'm also curious because earlier you said that like even a normal state of human walking around is an afflictive state for you.
Not a human walking around. It's the human beliefs. It's what we call normal. It's what people see as reality. So reality is quite stable. Our collective reality perspective is quite stable. This is what's normal, this is what's not normal. Just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to take it personally. Therefore, you can relativize and be back in human reality. Like, oh yeah, those were just a bunch of words. So there's no real reason for me to continue this emotional perspective. Oh, okay, so I'm back in human reality, the human context. But there's so many flawed premises at the foundation of human perspective, what's humanly accepted as normal, that to me, any of those beliefs would feel similar. If I really believed in them, I would feel similarly constricted as someone who believes they've been wronged or this or that. So it's just a matter of perspective and what you're anchored in, what state of frequency is your predominant state. And the higher you go in that frequency, the freer you become, the more free you become also from this human paradigm of thought and belief. As for the most recent afflictive state, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell, because an afflictive state, I've had similar echoes as afflictive states in my experience, but they can't quite be compared to when you really believe in them. The closest thing probably was during my sort of process with the negative media kind of attacking me and giving all these distorted images of my work and my intentions and my character, and then all the effects this had on the people around me, the crew, friends around me, and audience and so forth. I think that was the most recent thing that would be somewhat comparable to having afflictive states. I have deep emotional waves occur from time to time, but they're no longer personal, and they always serve some kind of a teaching discourse, or they're always inspiring me towards a certain direction. So it's a type of guidance for what's going on in the collective. I might wake up some days and be overcome with this feeling, but it's not personal. Therefore, it's not really an afflictive state, even if the emotional energy can be very intense and high and backed up with like lots of energy. It's not quite the same as an afflictive state because I'm not locked into that perspective, which is the crucial difference, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that something is happening to me. It makes all the difference. So while the emotions can be just as intense in terms of their energy appearance, in terms of the feeling of it, as someone in an afflictive state, it's still not an afflictive state because I'm not on a train. I'm experiencing the train fully. I'm experiencing all the nuances of that train. But it's like I'm just a ghost that hovers through the train. It's like a visitor I can view and I can gain some knowledge from it somehow or channel it into a teaching for people. But it's not me. Like at any point I can exit the train.
Like watching a movie of...
Like watching a movie, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's echoes like that, and there's some collective insights that happen through those kinds of experiences. But because this has gradually shifted to freedom more and more over the course of my life, that's why I can't really say when was my most recent afflictive state, because even in that period that I just mentioned with the negative media and friendships breaking up and people believing all kinds of nasty things about me, even that was already backed up with a lot of perspective and freedom. So yes, that was the most intense recent memory that felt perhaps the closest to being personal or hitting some kind of a personal assumption of me. But even so, I can't say that it's the same as like when my lover left me when I was 18 years old or something like that. You know? It's a different type of, because there's no real stuckness. There's stickiness to it though. So that's why I would call that the most recent kind of afflictive state, but it was already very malleable. It would only sting in the way that an afflictive state would make you feel stuck for a short amount of time, and then the excess would immediately return. And so it doesn't mean I wouldn't still feel the perspective and emotion. It doesn't mean I wasn't processing it and understanding it and trying to get to the root of what's the most balanced approach to this from love and wisdom being in unity. So there was a process involved. There was some stickiness involved. But again, it wasn't like I was completely stuck in the experience. So yeah, even though it felt more intense than my lover leaving me at a certain age, like when I was younger, even though these experiences were more intense, they were less afflictive or less constricting. They were less limiting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there. That's why freedom doesn't have to mean that we have no emotions. I mean, that's a very advanced state of consciousness where there are no emotions consistently. What's more important is that we can let our experience be as it is and relativize and continue to have access to a bigger perspective. That's a more relevant step for where we're at as human species right now. To realize that freedom doesn't mean you don't experience a certain emotion or you don't experience a certain perspective. It means that you're not constricted by it. You can see beyond it while it's happening. So then you can experience more and more simultaneously peace and freedom and bliss and pain and suffering and confusion, which sounds very weird, but you can have a simultaneous experience where they both coexist within the same state of consciousness or space of consciousness.
What about disconnect? Can you like experience disconnect while not having disconnect apply to you?
That's a good way actually of making the distinction. The experience of disconnect hasn't happened for me for a long time, except maybe there were a few very short moments which served a particular purpose, mainly to, for a moment, give me a taste of what it's like again, to be in the shoes of some of the people that I'm sharing my message with. So it generates, because if you don't have that experience of disconnect for, let's say, 2 years in a row, your perspective changes so much. And your perspective of stuckness and victimization changes so much that it becomes kind of difficult to relate to someone who believes they're disconnected, stuck, or victimized.
Mm-hmm.
You can understand it, but sometimes, I guess, I've wanted for myself or needed sort of a reminder of, oh, this is what it feels like when you have no access. So my experience of that is that even that wasn't personal still. That was me from a higher level of my consciousness than my ordinary physical consciousness, giving me a taste, an experience of disconnect that is very much out of my own free will. That's how that was experienced.
Like within your own free will.
Within my own free will, I was fully aware that I experienced the disconnect, but at the same time, I was fully aware. So I experienced the disconnect as real in that moment, but still, I was fully aware of the fact that I was choosing it for a purpose. Because at some point, you just can't disconnect entirely anymore, right? And that's what I hope to give people access to through this kind of work, because it's worth it. It's worth the practice. It's worth the understanding. And it's people's birthright to understand this and to be free and to ever know their connection to source. And it will heal everything. It will heal everything in our thinking.
I think what you said earlier was important to remember, that we can never truly be disconnected, but only feel that we are disconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this might be too intellectual to really hit home if you're in an emotional state, but it can still be somewhat helpful if you realize in a moment where you feel so disconnected, if you remember that, first of all, you cannot ever be disconnected from consciousness, from God, from existing, from this infinite creation. And the proof for that in that moment is the fact that you're feeling disconnected. If you know the emotional guidance system and how it operates, because of your connection to the true reality of God, you can feel the emotional guidance system kicking in as the feeling of disconnect when you're believing that you're disconnected. The feeling of disconnect is just an emotion. It's just showing you the contrast of your belief in disconnect with the truth of connection. So the feeling of disconnect is evidence that you're still connected. So it's a bit intellectual perhaps, but I think it can provide people with some relief in those moments if you remember that. Mm-hmm. You can never truly be disconnected. It's impossible. And the proof for that is that you feel disconnected. That's the irony, but so you can use it in that way. Yeah. So when we then enter into a greater state of freedom, we again gain perspective. And as a result, the understanding and the acceptance of ourselves becomes easier. But you cannot accept something from the state of being that is creating that very experience of affliction. So you have to kind of step out of it. Because again, what is understanding? It is having more than one access point or perspective. You can't understand object A if you're not also having object or space B to compare it with. Understanding is a process of comparison. It's a process of contrast. It's a process of context. It's a process of having multiple views. A thing can never understand itself. It needs an observer. Similarly, your thought process cannot understand itself. It needs a different perspective to view that object or that thought. But if you have become so identified, unified with that perspective that's causing the afflictive state, then you can't understand it. So don't even try. Let it be. Focus on your access point to a new perspective, which again can just be meaningless object that you're concentrating on. And then the acceptance of self will follow. The understanding of that will naturally follow over time as you gain access again to greater freedom. If you really gain access to freedom, then it's instantly understood, typically. It's very like, of course, because you just see from such a clear point of view. There's no substance, there's no matter, there's no gravity anymore to the perspective that was impossible to understand when you were in its gravitational field. and you had not a bigger gravitational field of your own to contrast it by, to understand it with. So know yourself, accept yourself, and become the creator. These are very much linked. The more you become the creator, the easier it is to know and understand and accept yourself on a relative level as well. And sometimes not having access to it, to accepting to understanding yourself, leads instantly into accepting yourself. And then that opens the door again to knowing the creator. And then when that afflictive emotion again arises, you understand it and you'll be able to accept it because you have a new space of consciousness to compare it to understand it by. That's kind of the journey of using, or how I would use anyway, these afflictive states, to resolve them, to understand them, to accept them, and to transcend them.
Yeah, it's helpful to recognize and to remember that it's an afflictive state. I think that the moments where I've been in these kind of experiences, I didn't recognize that it was just a state. It was like, this is the end of the world, the end of my world. This is an affliction that I'm never going to get out of. And it just becomes like, oh, this black hole, and not the good kind.
I love the good kind of black hole. Just the right black hole. Oh, it's so great. It's true though.
I know.
There's a delicious black hole and there's a terrible black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize it's just a state, and that it is happening to you because you can handle it and you actually want to teach yourself through this. To me, I did feel like, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can get through this. But now looking back, I can see that the fact I was even experiencing it to begin with was proof that I could handle it and get through this. On a higher level, it's like, my understanding is that it's a really terrible afflictive state is sort of the accumulation of a lot of misunderstandings and misperspectives. And then it's just, you're ready to make a quantum leap. So your higher self just says, okay, take it all at once. You got this.
Yeah.
So it's so helpful to recognize that you have got this if you're experiencing it and you've chosen it.
Nice.
That is so helpful.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have chosen it if you couldn't handle it.
Beautiful. Because the worst part about it is not even the emotions, it's the belief that you're all alone, that you can't handle it, that God doesn't love you, or that you're somehow unworthy or abandoned. That's the most painful part of these things, that you're a victim of it, that there's no way out of it, that there's no help, no guidance, no love, no. That's the most painful perspective. It's not even the initial emotional trigger, right? And actually, this reminds me of another method people can apply when it's sort of in between the scale of emotional affliction, between sort of the everyday emotional thing that you can kind of play with and understand and investigate, in between that and the emotion that is just so afflictive that you can't do anything with it. And that is to just sort of bring full presence to the emotional feeling and to feel it without labeling it. Right? Now, if you're in a truly, deeply, extremely afflictive state, even that is not doable because you're too close to the perspective that you have, and it'll just conjure up more perspectives of a negative nature, and you'll be distracted by them. So the only thing you can do is radically allow it to be as it is, and therefore ignore it and grab a hold of your attention and place it somewhere else is all you can do. But if it's not quite that extreme, but it is quite painful, it is like a heartbreak kind of thing or something like that. But you have some space to interact with it without completely collapsing in it. Then I can recommend also the simple method of just feeling the feelings, bringing awareness. Awareness is always here. You don't bring it, but allowing the feeling to be experienced and witnessed by awareness, by your consciousness, that innate principle of I am and I know that I am. Allowing yourself to experience the feelings and just maintaining the witnessing state so that you don't go into thoughts about it. You don't define it. You don't label it. You don't try to intellectually understand the emotion. Intellectual insights might come as a result of just feeling the essence of the feeling without additions, without descriptions, just letting it be as it is. And a beautiful thing can happen. Typically, the more advanced we are in these spiritual practices of self-realization, becomes easier, is that when we just become present to a feeling, we find the golden nugget within it, which is really the entire thing is the golden nugget. In other words, no definitions, no descriptions. Stay as empty of describing it as you can. Don't describe your experience. Just be it. Just feel it without getting lost in it. But you can only get lost in the description. So, or definition or belief. So, but you just purely feel it, be fully present to it. You start to, over time, transmute it. You start to discover something beautiful, which is that every emotion is made up of the same presence, the same love that is the Creator in manifest form, in energetic form. So you're starting to access the essential energy manifestation of the infinite Creator, that very sort of substratum, essential first type of manifestation, that presence energy, that then is the primordial substance for everything else to be made out of. And if you can be with your feelings without labeling them, without getting lost in the sensuality of them, without describing them, without trying to change them, just allowing them to be exactly as they are. If you can find that courage, that stillness, that presence, and then just feel them as they are, they begin to take on a golden shape, a golden color, if you will. They start to sort of radiate something else that's not the described emotion. It is, yes, the emotional feeling is there, but because the definitions are dropped and the acceptance arises, now we start to align ourselves with this primordial energy field, and therefore we start to see the love as the emotion. We start to see the emotion as being love, light energy, that primordial, essential presence energy of God. And then we're transmuting it, and there's a sense of unity and inseparability with it. And then there's no problem because we're not opposing it. We're not resisting it. We're not against it. We're not trying to change it or control it. We're accepting it, and therefore we're becoming one with the essence of it. And that just reveals itself to be this beautiful golden love light, if you will.
That's very cool.
That's beautiful.
It's kind of like the first method then, like being present to the wood or being present to the, it's like that same focus on.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But if it's a super afflictive state, that we only have access to negative emotions when we're present to our emotions, then you can't quite do that because you'll just get sucked into negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's somewhere in between, sort of a random everyday emotion and a deeply afflictive state, so if it's like a sort of a deep heartbreak, but you're not totally victimized by it, you can see kind of through it and with it, then you can beautifully apply this method, and it's very healing. And you will then, through that process, understand the emotion also. You will understand yourself through the acceptance of it, through the total allowance of it, and then the recognizing the essential energy that makes up the energy of the emotion by just feeling it, by being present to it. It is exactly the same method, actually, mechanically speaking, as focusing on the wood of the table and the way light reflects off of it. Because what you're doing is you're taking your attention away from the definitions and you're shifting it to something else. In this case, the presence of the emotion rather than the thought about the emotion. But if you're present to the emotional feeling, it's still very close to your conditioned, boxed in perspective that generated the emotional response in the first place. So it's not, we don't always have access to this courage, this naked, present awareness that recognizes the essence of an emotion to be love and light. If it's too convincing, if it's too painful, so then the only thing we can typically do is sort of ignore it and focus on something else entirely that's not meaningful to us, that doesn't trigger the same thoughts or perspectives. So there's this wide range sort of fluidity to our consciousness, which emotions have a beautiful way of showing us how fluid and malleable our consciousness and our attention and our self-creating, self-conjuring up capacities really are. And we gain this freedom and this malleability through facing those emotions in different ways. But I did want to add that to sort of the in-between type of emotion.
That's great.
Beautiful.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Would these methods also apply for someone that's experiencing afflicted states in a group setting, for instance, or like social encounters. Because I do feel a lot of people like experience like really intense anxiety or different emotions when they're like in a group setting.
Yeah, in my experience, from my own experience, when I was in a truly afflictive state, I would not be in social situations. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, it's possible, it can happen. But typically, I wouldn't be hanging out and sort of being anxious. I would define that as sort of the in-between, maybe. Either the general emotions or a little bit higher than that, a little bit more intense than that. But the truly extremely afflictive states are debilitating. You're not social. You just shut down. You're like, you don't know what to do, You're stuck. In most cases, of course it's possible, but in most cases, I would say in group settings, if you're even already in group settings, typically that type of anxiety is more of an everyday type of nature. And it just comes with the package of your low self-esteem and thinking that you are a person inside of a body, which is impossible. But we believe it. We insert all the time, that back burner sense of self that's on the back burner. It's just there. It's just in the background. I am experiencing this. I am being watched right now. You're not being watched. That's a total assumption. But because we have that sense of me always inserted into the canvas of life, we have to investigate that. But therefore we feel anxious in social circumstances. And then we can bring the presence of awareness to it and not define it. Just allow ourselves to feel the discomfort of the anxiety and not react and flee into thoughts or trying to change it, control it, stop it, avoid it. Just find the courage to be naked with it. Feel the vulnerability of it until it turns ultimately into a feeling of indestructibility. That's the golden you that comes out of it. But initially, just take those small steps to more and more break the chain of describing your experience and trying to change it and avoid it, and just let it be. Develop the courage of naked consciousness, of naked acceptance, naked awareness. Be naked, be naked, be naked, be naked. Allow to be as it is. And then gradually over time, you'll become that interior alchemist, and it will change the color, the shape, the size, the nature, the feeling, the essence of the emotion will be revealed to you. You'll become a discoverer of God's love in all forms. So in social situations, I would suggest the anxiety is based in some ego construct, and therefore you can allow it. For the most part, you can practice that allowance, and you can transmute it. Does that relate to or resonate with your example?
I think so. I don't know. I just loved the energy of it, like discovery of God's love.
Cool. But does that answer your imagined scenario? Or you have a more specific kind of example or question about it?
It does answer mine, but I'm kind of I want to position myself in someone that's maybe not that experienced with like just releasing and being more naked.
So, well, what do you do then? If you're already more experienced in it, then you could teach the same answer to your question. How have you become more able to be more courageous and more naked with your anxiety in social circumstances? What's that first access point that you would recommend to people?
Nice. Good question. It is to not wanting or not efforting to hide something, or believing that there's something wrong, or that I need to hide something, or that I need, or that I might be afraid something be revealed, exposed.
Yep.
So that's like just creates these pockets where stuckness or anxiety can creep in.
Great.
Which kind of is the same thing that you were saying, like just being naked more and more.
Yep. But I love your specific nuance of that being to drop the fear for the outcome in a way, to drop the fear of being discovered and exposed. Because what we call the ego, that imagined sense of me in the background of every canvas painting experience of our life, it always wants to hide its true falseness. It wants to hide the fact that it's not real. And it's got 10,000 different ways to do that, more probably. And these are all sort of layers of self-deceit, layers of self-control, layers of manipulation, layers of hiding, layers of avoiding, layers of recontextualizing things, layers of describing things in certain ways, layers of justifying things, layers of avoiding certain circumstances, certain people at certain times, all to avoid being seen by you, not by others, by you. But you think it's you trying to avoid. That's because you're hijacked, right? We're hijacked by the false self. It's a hijacker of our sense of self. It's like a little virus. It's like a little COVID-19 called me. And it's hijacked our consciousness, our sense of self. So now we're operating on behalf of COVID-19. So we're wearing masks because we don't want to be seen. We don't want to show our true selves. So we think, but actually not the case at all. And if you can see this, you can break through it very quickly. But you got to be ready to be free of your false self, which you think is you. That's the tricky part. It's like you got to be willing to have your ego die in front of you. But if you think you're your ego, you will never want to die.
Wow.
It has hijacked you. It will consistently hide its self-deceiving layers. It will continue to lie and not know that it's lying, or partially know that it's lying, but have yet another layer ready to justify why or how the lie is not really a lie, or how everyone is lying in that way, so it's normal. So to burn through those layers of self-deceit, we need to know that we're not that hijacked version of ourselves. We're not the virus. We're not COVID-19. We're bigger than that. We are bigger than the one that feels anxious in that situation. So instead of us hiding from being exposed in the eyes of others, we need to realize that it's the ego not wanting to be seen by us. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And it's using us and other people to accomplish its aim. So we got to realize that the one who's afraid to be exposed is not us by others. It is the ego by us, using others.
Fuck, I love that so much.
So if you can see that, you can take a shortcut. You can take a direct route and cut the bastard off at the root, using all the love in the world. Like, love it to death. Be radically, slice it off. Nope. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to believe I am this person that feels anxious about being exposed, because that's not me. It's just this hijacked person that's been in the back of my taxi for all my life, taking on different shapes and sizes and forms and instructing me to go left and right. And I've just been doing its bidding. It hasn't paid me once. Maybe in childhood, when I needed to navigate a tricky emotion or situation where my dad was abusive and I had to protect myself, there's some reason to that, right? So then we create this monster in the back of the seat that keeps us safe. But that's, for most people, not necessary. Now it's just a self-perpetuating story, and then it creates circumstances that seem to mimic that reality being needed, because we're now identified with the voice in our head. But the voice in our head is observable, and anything observable cannot be us. Anything. So the thinker cannot be us. Therefore, the hijacker, the mind, the ego cannot be us. So it's not us afraid to be exposed in the eyes of others. It's our own guest, our little beautiful, loving, monstrous guest in the back seat that doesn't want us to kick it out of our cab. And so it uses us to navigate and lie and manipulate and pretend and all that stuff. Fun, huh?
That's so cool.
But the way to do that is to just gain more courage in naked exposure, because that's how we sever the connection between the hijacker and our true selves, between the analyzing, thinking, egoic mind and our true, ever-present free self, which is already free of whatever we observe. But we identify with what we observe, and we put it in the background of our subconscious, and it continues to operate as if it's its own entity. And we think it is us, and we think it defends us, and it's on behalf of us, but it's not. It's robbing us of all our energy, inspiration, clarity, self-knowledge, truthfulness, sincerity, earnestness, love, compassion, spiritual progress, advancement, and so forth. So it's really not our friend anymore. It's time to let go of that toxic friendship. So expose it to death. Here's my most shameful moment, guys. I've been using all of you in the following way. If you can, that's an extreme example, but you could, if you're ready to part ways with the monster in the backseat, doesn't mean you should hate it because it has served you. You've invited it in. It's your choice. It's not, it's just offering its services. You've let it into your cap. So when I say monster, yes, it's a monster, but it's really our own allowance. It's us enabling it. So it deserves sort of gratitude. At the same time, it deserves our decision to sever all ties with it. I'm done with you. And at the same time, a feeling of, I love you. Thank you very much for your service, but it's no longer needed. So I'm not trying to imply that we should fight the ego, because that just is more of the same thing. We should love it to death, but radically and decisively if we want quick progress and quick freedom and quick self-knowledge and quick enlightenment. We need to be ready to part ways, and therefore it doesn't matter what is exposed, because it's not us that's exposed. It's the ego, the monster in the back seat that we are now becoming aware of. And you can use other people as reflectors to accelerate that. But it takes some courage. What is courage? Courage is, in this context, knowing that you're more than the guy in the back seat, the monster in the back seat. That's all it is. Knowing that you are more than the monster in the back seat of your mind. Once you know that, you have faith, you have courage. Now to expose the monster, it's not so big of a deal, because you know you are more than the monster. You know that they can leave your cab and you'd be fine without them. You no longer need them to protect you. You can now consciously reason and see and decide for yourself what is safe, what's not safe, what is true, what's not true. As a 6-year-old, yeah, you need some protection. So you invite in this monster in the back of your cab. But at some point, you got to kick him out, lovingly. Thank you. Okay. This is your stop, okay, isn't bye-bye. It? Yep. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Radically, lovingly say, no more. That's not who I am. Find that naked courage to rediscover who you really are and to ditch the hijacker. With love. With gratitude. But not with continuing to enable it. Not with complacency. Not with giving into it. Not with believing in what it says. Courage is the ability to not believe in your own thinking process. To know that you're more than your thoughts. And then exposure becomes less dangerous because it's not you that gets exposed. It's the guy in the back of the seat. It's not me. Oh, I've never manipulated. I've never controlled. I've never been false. I've never wanted these false things. I've never wanted safety and security in distorted ways. I've always been pure and free. But I believed I was this voice that is observable. Therefore, how can I be it? So stop believing in it. The real way to believe in yourself is to stop believing in yourself. Stop believing in everything you think is you. That's true faith in yourself. True courage, naked being. Let what come. Let what goes, go. And let it burn up in the clarity of consciousness. Be free. Free yourself from yourself. It's the biggest freedom. Because you're not this. You're not what you're defending. So, something like that.
What about any homework?
Check out The Hitchhiker.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's been a long ride. It's been a long road trip with a stranger in the back seat. And you've adopted its toxic thoughts and life philosophy. Imagine at the age of 5 or 6, picking up this hitchhiker out of good intentions. Like, oh, maybe he can help me and I can help him. And ever since you've been road tripping for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you've been road tripping with this stranger in the back. But then he's no longer a stranger, is he? In fact, if it's just you and the hitchhiker for 60 years in the car, it's going to feel like you're married. It's going to feel like it's exactly who you are. There's going to be no distinction in your sense of self between your true sense of self and the false sense of self. So now you've become one with the toxic thoughts. You've accepted them all as if they are your free will. They've never been your free will, because it's never been your soul's priority to be safe, secure, protected, having acquired lots of things and success and status. That's never been your intention, ever. But you've adopted these things as a means to compensate for lack of courage. What's courage? The faith that you are free from anything that's observable, including your own thoughts. When you gain that faith, you'll gain the courage to act on that faith. And then exposing yourself doesn't make much of a difference anymore. In fact, it helps you remove the Band-Aid, this toxic Band-Aid that just keeps the wound festering. Take it off and you'll heal very quickly. But you got to be willing to not believe in yourself. And that takes faith in yourself.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the homework. I mean, do it as you please. But it's just a radical decision of self-honesty, realizing how you've been full of shit like 100,000 different ways every day. How you've manipulated everything, how you've tried to control everything. And just see that that's never really been you. That'd be the homework. And then you find a lot of your afflictive states will disappear as well. If not all of them. Because part of the voice in the back of your seat, in the back of your mind, that false sense of me, is continuously suggesting that you're lacking things, that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that you're not perfect yet, that you don't deserve love, that you can die, that you can lose somebody, that you can lack what you need. It's telling you all this stuff because it's the hitchhiker's own journey. It's not yours, but you've adopted it as truth because it's the only voice you've ever heard for for your adult life and longer. So find a way to lovingly sever that connection with the toxic guest in the back of your mind. See that you're ready to let it go. And the afflictive states will then also very quickly disappear. Because they're not part of who you are. They're false suggestions. Afflictive states are based in false suggestions. Made by the me you think you are on the back of the seat. But you're not. You're the driver. You're free from any hitchhikers. Cool. Any additions? Are we good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
Have a fabulous day.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Mirror Talks podcast with Bentinho Massaro. If you love these teachings and you want full access to almost all of Bentinho's recorded material, go to bentinhomassaro.tv. Right now, we're offering a free 7-day trial with unlimited access to everything on bentinhomassaro.tv, including curated playlists, guided meditations, and much more. This is our #1 recommendation for you. As a subscriber, you'll get first access to these podcast episodes 2 weeks before they go public. You'll also get access to exclusive Q&As with Bentinho and other content only available to subscribers of bentinhomassaro.tv. Also, Bentinho recently created a free online global enlightenment retreat. It's 8 long-form sessions that coherently guide you through the foundation of his enlightenment teachings. You can watch the free online global enlightenment retreat at bentinhomassaro.tv or on YouTube. If you're interested in the most current and complete overview of Bentinho's work to date, this is where we recommend you start. Another great resource is Trinfinity Academy, Bentinho's free online school for enlightenment, empowerment, and infinity. Each class is concise and clear and distills one key topic at a time, including homework. We strongly recommend you check out Trinfinity Academy if you want to master the mechanics of Bentinho's teachings. Finally, don't underestimate the value of sharing this episode with the people who came to mind as you were watching or listening. It's a service to them and the collective, and it's also the best thing you can do to support us in getting this message far and wide. We also encourage you to like, subscribe, and leave positive reviews and ratings on your preferred platforms, and follow Bentinho on social media.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being back. And I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. It's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like, to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
That really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic. And I say to myself, in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially. We master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bringing it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protected. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost want to almost have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it. And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening. I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, well, I think actually this is quite general. Like, it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I forgot, I dropped the ball and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly, and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like, I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like, hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like, what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there is a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good, and so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now they say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive.
Mm-hmm.
And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be and someone who's like, just doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthily.
So that's such a great question. I think to me, like that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so. I would love to hear it.
Yeah. I don't think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this. It was, when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. The person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is, at this point in my career, when I do presentations, and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality. When I thought that I was going to get, just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like I was very sure, I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. But what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and you know I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was so long.
So I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car, head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this. I work with people. I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say, if I was them, I would have done everything they did? Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger, and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like, we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like, I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons, and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do I do? And I do three things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry, and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently, but they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system. You're in your amygdala, and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. But once you feel validated and that emotional release, now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see, and to meet them where they are. Mm-hmm. And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like, actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like, actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible, because it's funny, because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go. You just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. When if we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately, it takes two to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, well, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes, I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during like, anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to like let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options. Whether that is like, giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, I don't know, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? We're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable. And we start an argument, and after we eat, we go, "What were we mad about?" We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature is off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus. And that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys could see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Oh, yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, "Rah," and she looks like if somebody was watching, I go, oh, she's scary. She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the fool on the mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the fool on the mountain. And before we judge this fool on the mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that fool on the mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically. what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that, like, I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this, this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, it'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think. And that's why I, like, during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. Like, to take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. Sorry. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, like mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. You heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you used, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful, because I've done this long enough, that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think, you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe is going to say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought, like, people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. But like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swim, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. Well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's about doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. If you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work. And I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, you know, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, you know, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti, for everything. Really,
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future, because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, yeah, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing, and I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a bit about your book? And here we go, everyone.
Walking Through Anger. So Walking Through Anger, and it's really like, if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, I've probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book. Where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor, and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly masters and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And like, I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, yeah, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear next in the comment section, or you can get in touch through email at Monica.
Hi there, Elon here from Satori Prime, and in today's video I want to give you a huge tip about relationships. Now, whether this relationship is with your kids, your spouse, people at work, friends, this is applicable to all. How many times have you been in an interaction with someone and they said something or did something, or maybe didn't say something or didn't do something, and you lost it? Internally, you were just so angry. And that person asked you to come talk to them about it in that moment. And you say something that maybe a few hours or a few days later you have come to regret. Well, here's pro tip about relationships. When you feel anger, frustration, self-defense mechanisms coming on, leave the conversation. Say something like, you know what? Right now, I'm afraid of what's going to come out of my mouth. I'm going to regret later. And take a time out. Because here's what's happening. In that moment, your body, your mind is completely hijacked. Have you ever tried to be logical with a child in a tantrum? How's that work out? Your logic actually makes them go deeper and deeper into tantrum. They get louder and louder, right? That is exactly what is happening inside your body when you're in that state. You're hijacked. You are no longer there. So, if you want healthy, beautiful, connected, intimate relationships, do yourself a favor. When you feel that emotional state coming on, whatever it might be, ask for permission to leave. Leave. Allow your system to calm down, because what's happened is all these chemicals are surging through your body and you are in full-on fight or flight mode. And it takes anywhere between 30 to 90 minutes for that chemical reaction to calm down. And from everything to go from just your reptilian amygdala part of your brain to actually bring energy back into your prefrontal cortex. And you'll notice that when removed from a certain situation, you can always come back with a clearer mind, clearer vision of what it is you want to communicate, and you don't end up saying things that you're going to regret or have to apologize for later. So remember, next time you get into a heated argument, a heated fight, any sort of interaction, give yourself a timeout. Say, I will come back to you. I just need some time to cool down, and I will come back to you, and then we can have this conversation. And you will notice that your relationships take on a whole new level of intimacy and connection without having to apologize every step of the way, right? Let me know how this tip works for you in the comment box below. If you ever tried this, how it's worked for you. And if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. Also make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel because we are constantly sharing tips and practical things that you can do through your life that will make you live a happier